The colony of New Helios had always been a fragile beacon of human endeavor, perched on the edge of a distant star system. For years, it had thrived under the steady flow of information and guidance from Earth, a constant hum of connection threading across the void. But now, as the twin suns dipped below the jagged horizon, that hum had vanished entirely. The observatory's monitors blinked blank, the usual stream of data replaced by an eerie silence that seemed to seep into every corner of the settlement. Dr. Elara Voss sat alone in the dimly lit observatory, her sharp eyes fixed on the dark sky beyond the reinforced glass. Her dark hair was pulled back loosely, a few strands escaping to frame her pale face. The cold hum of the instruments was a stark contrast to the silence that had fallen over the colony. For hours, she had watched the screens, waiting for any sign, any whisper from Earth. But there was nothing, just the vast, empty void. Her mind raced, torn between disbelief and mounting dread. The communication blackout was total. No signals, no transmissions, no data packets. The lifeline that connected New Helios to its origins had been severed without warning or explanation. The implications were staggering. Outside, the colony stirred. News of the silence spread quickly, igniting a firestorm of fear and speculation. In the central square, under the harsh glare of artificial lighting, settlers gathered in anxious clusters. Voices rose in heated debate, accusations swirling as the reality of their isolation settled in. Resources, once managed with careful balance, now seemed precarious. Trust fractured as factions began to crystallize, each group staking claims, asserting authority in the absence of clear leadership. Councillor Thane Rykov emerged swiftly as a figure of authority. Tall and imposing, his sharp features and cold gaze lent him an air of unyielding command. With the colony on edge, Rykov seized the moment to consolidate power, advocating for strict control and order to navigate the crisis. His words were measured but firm, appealing to a growing sentiment that only decisive leadership could prevent collapse. Yet not all were persuaded. Mira Solon, leader of a faction favoring cooperation and collective survival, countered with calls for unity and dialogue. Her short, athletic frame belied a fierce determination, her bright eyes scanning the crowd as she sought to calm fears and bridge widening divides. Amid the turmoil, Elara remained apart, observing, analyzing, searching. The weight of isolation pressed heavily on her, compounded by the absence of her younger sister, Naomi. Their relationship was strained, a quiet tension simmering beneath the surface as the colony's unraveling mirrored their growing emotional distance. On the observatory's rooftop, Elara stepped into the cool night air, the alien constellations glittering coldly overhead. She breathed deeply, the silence around her both oppressive and strangely intimate. The stars, distant and unchanged, seemed to mock the chaos below. Yet within that silence, Elara sensed something else, a pattern, a message hidden beneath the cosmic noise. Her fingers traced the worn edges of her datapad as she resolved to dig deeper, to find meaning where others saw only emptiness. The colony's fate hung in the balance. As whispers of fear and rebellion grew louder, Elara's quiet determination burned brighter. Somewhere in the silence, a signal waited to be found, and with it, perhaps, the key to survival. But the path ahead was uncertain, fraught with danger both external and within. The loss of Earth's voice was more than a technological failure. It was a fracture in the very soul of New Helios. How the colony would respond, whether it would unite or fall apart, rested on fragile shoulders. Elara's gaze lifted to the stars once more. The night was endless, but so was hope. Somewhere beyond the silence, A new story was waiting to be written. The colony's silence was no longer just an absence of messages. It had become a heavy weight pressing on every mind, every corner of their isolated world. As the second day without contact stretched on, the settlers of New Vesta found themselves caught between fear and speculation, their unease rippling through the communal spaces like a restless storm. Inside the observatory, Dr. Elara Voss sat hunched before the bank of monitors, her fingers steady despite the turmoil outside. The hum of the equipment was a familiar comfort, a constant in an existence suddenly unmoored. Her sharp eyes traced the patterns on the screens, searching for meaning in the cosmic static that had replaced the once familiar signals from Earth. Elara's thoughts were interrupted by the soft chime of a data alert. She leaned forward, narrowing her gaze. The readings were unlike anything she had anticipated. Amid the expected noise, subtle anomalies flickered a series of irregular pulses woven into the cosmic background, whispering of something buried deep within the silence. It was as if the stars themselves had been speaking in a code she was only beginning to decipher. But outside the observatory's glass walls, the colony was fracturing. The initial shock of lost contact had given way to suspicion and unrest. The settlement's leadership was under scrutiny, their inability to restore communication breeding doubt. In the council chamber, voices rose over one another, a cacophony of fear and accusation. Councillor Thane Rykov stood at the center, his tall frame imposing beneath the harsh lights. His cold, calculating gaze scanned the room as he spoke with a voice that brooked no opposition. "We must take control," he declared. "Without order, this colony will descend into chaos. We cannot afford to wait for Earth's return. We must secure our resources, enforce discipline, and prepare for a new reality." His words found eager ears among those desperate for stability. Factions began to coalesce and rallying behind Rykov's call for strict governance, others wary of his authoritarian bent. The colony's social fabric, already strained by isolation, began to tear. Elara felt the weight of the growing divide as she moved through the corridors, the sterile walls echoing with whispered doubts and guarded conversations. She sensed the fractures in trust, the seeds of conflict taking root. Yet her mind remained tethered to the anomalies on her screens, a beacon of curiosity amidst the gloom. Her solitude was interrupted by a soft knock. Dr. Linway entered, her expression lined with concern. "Elara, have you seen the latest council announcement?" Rykov's tightening his grip. Elara nodded, her voice low but resolute. "We can't let fear dictate our future. There's something in the data, something more than just silence. We need to understand it before we lose ourselves to panic." Lynn's eyes met hers, reflecting both doubt and hope. "I'll help, but we have to be careful. If Rykov catches wind of this, he'll see it as a threat." Together, they returned to the monitors, the quiet hum of the observatory, their sanctuary against the rising storm. Outside, the colony's fractures deepened, but within these walls, Elara's determination burned brighter than ever. The night deepened, and with it, the mysteries of the cosmic silence grew more profound. Somewhere in the vast darkness, a signal awaited discovery, a fragile thread that might yet bind the colony to its origins or unravel everything they had come to know. As dawn approached, Elara's fingers danced over the controls, chasing the elusive patterns that might hold the key to survival. The stars were silent no longer. They were speaking in riddles, and she was listening. But the question lingered in the cold air. Would the colony survive the fractures within before the answers could save them? And so the silence deepened, fractured by fear and lit by the faintest flicker of hope. The hum of the colony's common area was punctuated by low murmurs and the restless shifting of feet. Settlers gathered in small groups, faces etched with worry and suspicion, voices hushed but charged with the tension of dwindling resources. The air felt thick, as if the very atmosphere was bearing the weight of fractured trust. Mira Solon, her short frame poised with resolute calm, moved purposefully through the crowd, her bright eyes scanning the faces of those who looked to her for stability. She had taken upon herself the role of mediator, a beacon of pragmatism amidst the storm of factional disputes threatening to rend the colony apart. In a makeshift community hall, Myra stood between two faction leaders, their arguments sharp and unyielding like jagged stones scraping against one another. "We cannot let fear dictate our actions," Myra implored, her voice steady but carrying an urgency that cut through the growing noise. "Our survival depends on cooperation, not division. We share this ground, these dwindling supplies. There is no victory in tearing each other down." The room simmered with tension, but her words planted a fragile seed of hope. Slowly, voices lowered, and nods replaced sneers as the leaders exchanged reluctant glances. It was a small victory, but in this fractured world, even small victories carried weight. Far from the crowded hall, within the sterile quiet of the observatory, Dr. Elara Voss sat hunched over a bank of glowing monitors. The soft pulse of data streams filled the room with a low electronic heartbeat. Her dark hair was pulled back tightly, eyes sharp and focused as she traced patterns across star maps projected in 3 dimensions. She was not alone this time. Beside her stood Dr. Linway, the colony's communications specialist. Lin's methodical presence complemented Elara's intensity, his glasses catching the dim light as he adjusted parameters and sifted through layers of cosmic noise. "Look here," Elara said softly, pointing to a sequence buried deep within the static. "These aren't random fluctuations. They're structure, patterns repeating at intervals that don't match known cosmic background radiation." Lin leaned closer, fingers dancing over the controls. "If this is a transmission, it's well hidden. The colony's signal filters never picked it up before." "Exactly," Elara replied, a flicker of hope igniting in her chest. "It's like a whisper beneath the silence. Maybe a message, something Earth left behind, or a clue to what caused the blackout." Lin nodded thoughtfully. "We'll need to dig deeper, but if you're right, this could change everything." Back in the communal spaces, the colony was a powder keg. Rumors spread like wildfire, whispers of betrayal, of hoarding, of alliances forged and broken under pressure. The scarcity of food and clean water twisted the social fabric, stretching it thin until it threatened to snap. Elara's solitary nature had often kept her at the edges of these disputes, but the urgency of her findings pulled her closer to the colony's heart. One evening, as the twin suns dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the colony's domed structures, Elara found herself on the observation deck. The glass dome above her framed the stars in a vast, ink-black expanse. Her breath fogged the cool surface as she pressed her palm against it, eyes searching for answers in the silent constellations. The void beyond was profound and impenetrable, a mute witness to the colony's unraveling. Yet within that emptiness, Elara sensed a pulse, a hidden rhythm waiting to be uncovered. Despite the fractures within her community, despite the growing divides, she clung to a stubborn belief that understanding this silence could offer a path forward. Her thoughts were interrupted by the soft footsteps of Linway approaching. "You won't find answers out here alone," he said gently, joining her at the glass. "Maybe not," Elara replied, "but sometimes you have to look through the silence to hear what's really there." The night stretched on, a fragile calm settling over the colony like a thin veil. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new disputes, new fears. But in the quiet between, the first lines in the sand had been drawn. A tentative alliance between science and hope, a fragile thread of cooperation amid the chaos. And beneath it all, the hidden signal pulsed, waiting to be deciphered. The central hall of the colony was packed, the air thick with unease, as Councillor Thane Rykov stepped onto the raised platform. His tall, imposing figure cast a long shadow against the metallic walls illuminated by harsh fluorescent lighting, accentuating the sharp angles of his face and the cold, calculating gaze that had become infamous among the colony's inhabitants. Murmurs rippled through the crowd, a mixture of fear and reluctant acceptance as the councillor began to speak. Citizens of New Dawn, Rykov's voice cut through the tense silence like a blade. We stand on the edge of chaos. The loss of communication with Earth has plunged us into uncertainty, but we must not let disorder consume us. Effective control is not tyranny, it is survival. His words were deliberate and chilling, a call to arms disguised as a plea for order. He outlined new measures: strict rationing of food and water, intensified surveillance of faction activities, and the dissolution of unauthorized gatherings. His supporters nodded approvingly, their faces grim but resolute. Yet, in the eyes of many others, these decrees were the tightening grip of authoritarianism, a shadow stretching over the fragile hope of cooperation. Across the colony, in a less conspicuous part of New Dawn, Dr. Elara Voss sat hunched over a clotted workbench scattered with data pads and astronomical charts. The low hum of analytical equipment filled the cramped room, punctuated by the occasional beep of incoming data streams. Her sharp eyes, framed by dark hair pulled back into a practical knot, scanned the latest waveforms she had captured from the cosmic background. The anomalies she had noticed earlier persisted patterns buried deep within the static, faint but unmistakable. Ilaris's thoughts were interrupted by a cautious knock at the door. She glanced up as it creaked open to reveal a rugged figure with a weather-beaten face and quick hands. Joxrin, a smuggler by trade. Jox was known in the colony's underbelly for his resourcefulness and knowledge of the black market's secret communication channels. "Dr. Voss," he said quietly, stepping inside and closing the door behind him, "I hear you're chasing ghosts in the noise. Maybe I can help." The air between them was thick with suspicion and unspoken questions. Elara studied Jox carefully. His guarded demeanor hinted at a lifetime of survival in the shadows. Yet, beneath his cynicism was a flicker of hope, perhaps a shared desire to find answers in the silence. Their conversation was terse, but charged with potential. Jox revealed fragments of information about clandestine networks and coded transmissions circulating among underground factions. If Elara could decode these, it might unlock the mystery behind the cosmic blackout and the colony's isolation. Meanwhile, the colony's atmosphere darkened. Factions loyal to Rykov's strict hierarchy tightened their grip, enforcing curfews and punishing dissent. The streets echoed with whispered fears and the distant sounds of protests. Elara found herself increasingly isolated, her advocacy for pursuing the mysterious signal met with skepticism and hostility. One evening, seeking respite, Elara retreated to the observation deck. The cold metal floor contrasted starkly with the vast heavens stretching beyond the reinforced glass. Her breath fogged the pain as she traced constellations with her eyes, searching for a sign that the silence from Earth was not the end. The distant rumble of unrest beneath the colony was a stark reminder of the stakes. Yet Elara's determination only deepened. She knew that the truth lay hidden in the stars, waiting to be uncovered. In the security office, Captain Soren Hale monitored the colony's deteriorating order. His skeptical gaze flicked between surveillance feeds showing faction skirmishes and a message from Elara concerning the enigmatic signal. Despite his doubts, a seed of intrigue took root. Perhaps Elara's pursuit held more promise than the official narrative allowed. As shadows lengthened across the colony, the lines between order and chaos blurred. Councillor Rykov's iron fist tightened, but beneath it, new alliances began to form, fragile yet vital. Elara's meeting with Jox marked a turning point, opening a door into the colony's hidden networks and renewed hope. The chapter closed on a colony teetering on the brink, its people caught between fear and the faint pulse of discovery. The silence of the stars was no longer just a void, was a challenge to be met. What lay beyond the cosmic blackout remained unknown, but Elara was ready to face whatever shadows awaited. The cold hum of the signal lab was the only sound in the dimly lit chamber, punctuated only by the rhythmic blinking of indicator lights and the steady tapping of Elara Voss's fingers on the console. Outside, the twin suns of the colony had long since dipped below the horizon, their absence replaced by the strange, unfamiliar constellations of this alien sky. Elara sat hunched, eyes sharp and unblinking, as she and Dr. Linway sifted through layers of cosmic static in search of a pattern, a whisper amid the deafening silence. For weeks, the colony had been enveloped in a silence so absolute that it gnawed at the nerves of every inhabitant. The sudden and total loss of contact with Earth had left the settlers adrift, their lifeline severed without explanation. In the sterile glow of the observatory, Elara refused to surrender to despair. Her mind, a lattice of astrophysical knowledge and stubborn will, clung to the belief that the silence hid a secret, a message waiting to be uncovered. Elara, Linway murmured, leaning in closer to the spectral display, "Look at this pattern. It's subtle, but it repeats, almost like a code buried deep in the noise." Elara's breath caught. The screen showed a series of pulses, faint but distinctly non-random, weaving a rhythm that defied natural cosmic background radiation. Her heart quickened, a surge of adrenaline and hope flooding her veins. Could it be, she whispered, voice barely audible, a transmission? Linway nodded, fingers already manipulating the data streams, isolating the pattern with growing precision. The coded pulses seemed to form a complex sequence, an encrypted language etched into the void. Hours slipped by unnoticed as the two scientists delved deeper, their focus unyielding. Outside the lab, the colony stirred with tension and fear. Faction leaders jostled for power, resources grew scarce, and the fragile threads of society threatened to unravel into chaos. But here, in this small refuge of light and sound, Elara found purpose. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the colony, the rift between Elara and her younger sister Naomi widened. Naomi's footsteps echoed down the narrow corridor as she approached the observatory, frustration etched across her face. When she finally confronted Elara, the air crackled with unspoken grievances. "You're disappearing," Naomi said, voice trembling with a blend of anger and hurt. "We're all falling apart out there, and you hide behind your stars. I don't know if you even care anymore." Elara's eyes, tired but resolute, met her sister's. "I care more than anyone," she replied softly. "But understanding this signal, this could be the key to saving us all." Naomi's gaze faltered, the rawness of her pain breaking through. "I'm scared, Elara. Scared we're losing everything, including each other." The tension lingered, a stark reminder of the personal cost exacted by the colony's crisis. Yet Elara could not turn away from the enigma before her. Back in the lab, Linway's voice cut through the silence. I think I've found something, a fragment of the code that might be decipherable. Elara leaned forward, pulse pounding. The code unfolded slowly, revealing symbols and patterns that hinted at meaning beyond simple interference. It was a message, cryptic, fragmented, but undeniably deliberate. The breakthrough ignited a new spark of hope within Elara, yet, even as the data danced across the monitors, she felt the weight of isolation deepen. Her obsession drove her further from the colony's fractured heart, a lone figure chasing a whisper in the void. As dawn crept over the horizon, painting the observatory dome with pale light, Elara pressed onward. The secret buried in the cosmic silence was beginning to reveal itself, and with it, a fragile promise that connection might yet endure. But as the colony teetered on the edge, the question remained: what message lay hidden in the quiet, and what price would they pay to uncover it? The stars, once distant and indifferent, now seemed to pulse with a subtle urgency and echo in the void waiting to be answered. The colony's central supply depot was a hive of unrest that morning, the tension palpable enough to taste in the stale, recycled air. Lines of settlers, faces drawn tight with worry, clustered around the guarded ration stations. The scarcity of food and water had become an unrelenting pressure, squeezing the fragile equilibrium of the colony's social order. Factions, once just murmurs of discontent, now marched openly with weapons at their sides, eyes glinting with suspicion and desperation. Dr. Elara Voss stood at the edge of the crowd, her sharp eyes flicking over the gathered faces. Friends, neighbors, strangers, all caught in the same widening fault lines. Her mind, however, was elsewhere, locked on the flickering data streams that haunted her nights. The cryptic transmission buried deep in the cosmic silence was more than a scientific puzzle. It was a fragile thread of hope in the unraveling social fabric. "We can't afford this," Mira Solan's voice cut sharply through the mounting chaos as she pushed through the throng towards Elara. Mira's short, athletic frame moved with a purposeful grace, her bright eyes scanning the crowd, taking in the tension like a second skin. "If this breaks out into open conflict, we're finished." Elara nodded, her gaze drifting to the makeshift barricades hastily assembled around the depot. Armed faction members eyed one another warily, fingers twitching near triggers. The air was thick with the metallic scent of sweat and the faint, acrid trace of burnt electronics, remnants of earlier skirmishes. "The transmission," Elara said quietly, "it's more urgent than ever. If we can decode it in time, it could shift everything." Myra's smile was tight, hesitant. Convincing the others, especially Councillor Rykov, will be the hardest part. As if summoned by name, Councillor Thane Rykov's tall, imposing figure emerged from a side corridor. His cold, calculating gaze swept the scene like a predator surveying territory. "This obsession with signals and shadows is a distraction," he declared, voice low but firm. "Our priority is order. Without it, no transmission will save us." Captain Soren Hale, standing nearby with arms crossed, exchanged a glance with Elara. His stern, weathered face betrayed a flicker of doubt. Hale had long been the colony's security chief, a man whose allegiance was to stability above all. Yet the persistence in Elara's eyes stirred something uneasy within him. The standoff escalated swiftly, a shouted insult, a sudden shove, and then the crack of a makeshift weapon shattered the fragile calm. Panic rippled through the crowd as factions clashed, the sound of fists and crude weapons colliding echoing through the depot's cramped corridors. Mira scrambled forward, hands raised, voice rising over the din. "Enough. This will destroy us all if we let it." Bloodied and breathless, she stood between the warring groups, her fierce loyalty to the colony's survival the only barrier against the spiraling violence. Elara joined her side, the two women a stark counterpoint to the chaos. Later, in the dimly lit observatory, the hum of machinery provided a fragile comfort. Elara sat hunched over her console, eyes scanning the ever-shifting patterns of cosmic noise. Beside her, Dr. Linway's fingers danced over keys, attempting to tease meaning from the static. Captain Hale lingered at the doorway, silent but watchful. "You're chasing ghosts," he murmured, doubt shadowing his voice. "But maybe there's something to it." Elara met his gaze, the tension between skepticism and hope crackling in the air. "If we don't understand the silence," she replied, "we're lost." Outside, the colony's narrow corridors whispered of unrest. Signs of sabotage, a severed power line here, a hastily broken window there, marked the growing fracture in the colony's fragile peace. Captain Hale moved through the shadows, confiding in Elara, the quiet fears that no one dared voice openly. "We're on a knife's edge," he said. "One wrong move and the whole thing falls apart." Elara's resolve hardened. The transmission was more than data. It was a beacon. But the colony's survival depended on more than decoding signals. It required mending the broken bonds between its people. As night settled over the colony, the echoes of violence faded into uneasy silence. Yet beneath that quiet, the fault lines deepened, threatening to split the world apart. Elara, Myra, and Hale knew the coming days would test not just their courage, but the very soul of the colony. Could they find a way to bridge the divides before the fractures became chasms? The answer lay hidden in the cosmic silence, and in the fragile hope of rediscovery. The communications lab was a sanctuary of flickering light and static hums, a stark contrast to the growing chaos outside. Elara Voss leaned over a console cluttered with cables and displays, her sharp eyes scanning patterns that others dismissed as meaningless noise. Beside her, Dr. Linway adjusted a frequency dial, the soft click of the knob punctuating the tense silence between them. "There," Lin said quietly, pointing at the screen where a series of symbols began to coalesce from the static. "These aren't random anymore. It's a pattern, a code embedded deep within the cosmic background noise." Elara's breath caught. The discovery was more than she'd dared hope for. The colony had been plunged into silence, not just from Earth, but from the stars themselves. Yet here was a whisper, a faint pulse of information that suggested they were not alone in their isolation. "How long until we can decode the rest?" Elara asked, her voice steady despite the pounding of her heart. Lin shook his head. "It's complex. The signal seems layered, like it's been encrypted with multiple algorithms, probably to survive interference. But we're making progress." Outside the lab, the colony's streets were fraying at the edges. Faction disputes erupted with increasing frequency, desperate voices arguing over dwindling resources, the air thick with suspicion and fear. The fragile order that had held since the loss of contact with Earth was beginning to crumble. It was against this backdrop of unrest that Jox Wren entered their lives. The smuggler's reputation preceded him, a man who knew the colony's shadows as well as its lights. When Elara first met him in a dimly lit tavern on the fringe of the settlement, she was wary. Trusting a man who thrived in the underworld was a risk. Jox's eyes gleamed with a mixture of cynicism and pragmatism as he spoke. "You want to know about secret channels, frequencies the Council doesn't want you to hear. I can help, but it'll cost you." Elara nodded. "Information is the currency I need." He smiled, a quick flash of white teeth in the gloom. "Then listen up. There's a network underground transmissions, coded messages between factions, smugglers, and who knows who else. Some of it's chatter, some of it's warnings. With Jox's guidance, Elara and Lynn began cross-referencing the cosmic transmission fragments with the colony's secret frequencies. Patterns emerged that hinted at coordinated messages, not just random noise. The transmissions suggested a cosmic event, something catastrophic enough to silence Earth and disrupt all known communication. But the colony's fractures ran deep. As Elara pushed forward, faction leaders grew more hostile. Counselor Thane Rykov's faction accused her of spreading dangerous rumors that could destabilize the fragile peace further. Public squares filled with shouting matches, the clang of metal gates, and hurried footsteps as militias patrolled the streets. Trust was a rare commodity. One evening, after a particularly heated faction clash that spilled into the main square, Elara climbed to the rooftop of the communications hub. The sky was a vast expanse of indigo, scattered with unfamiliar stars. Her receiver crackled softly, and through the veil of static, the faintest pulse of the transmission echoed a fragile thread of connection to a universe that felt increasingly distant. She closed her eyes, letting the quiet hum wash over her. In that moment, the weight of isolation pressed down, but beneath it lay a fragile hope, the possibility that understanding the message could save them all. "We're not alone," she whispered to the night. "And we're not finished yet." Yet questions gnawed at her mind. What exactly was the nature of the cosmic silence? Could the colony unite long enough to act on this knowledge? Or would fear and suspicion tear them apart before the truth could be grasped? The signals continued, teasing and elusive. But with every breakthrough, the threads of a larger story began to unravel, one that would challenge everything the colony believed and force them to confront the unknown together. As the chapter closed, Elara's determination hardened. The transmission was a beacon in the dark, and she would follow it, no matter where it led. But the path ahead was fraught with peril from the cosmos, from the colony's own divisions, and from the shadows where secrets still lurked. The silent frequencies held their secrets tight, but Elara was ready to listen. The air within the cramped quarters of the Voss sisters was thick with unspoken grievances. The faint mechanical hum of the colony's life support systems, a constant reminder of their fragile existence. Elara sat hunched over a worn datapad, her fingers tracing the flickering symbols of the latest signal readouts, but her mind was elsewhere. The door hissed open quietly, and Naomi stepped in, her eyes sharp and searching. "Elara," Naomi began, her voice barely above a whisper, yet carrying the weight of months of pent-up emotion. "You're so wrapped up in those stars, you barely notice anything else anymore. I'm here. This colony is crumbling around us, and you're gone." Elara looked up, startled by the intensity in her sister's gaze. Her usual calm composure faltered. "Naomi, I'm trying to find answers to all of this silence. If I can understand what's happening, maybe we can fix it. Fix it." Naomi's voice cracked. "By hiding away in your observatory, ignoring the people who need you. I'm tired, Elara. Tired of pretending everything is fine just because you're chasing ghosts in the dark." Their words hung between them, a fragile bridge teetering on the brink of collapse. Elara's thoughts swirled. She had always known her obsession came at a cost, but hearing it voiced so plainly hurt more than she expected. Later, in the shadowed corridors of the colony's council chambers, Counselor Thane Rykov reviewed the latest reports with a cold, calculating eye. Elara's research, once a curiosity, had become a threat to his carefully maintained order. The encoded transmission hinted at truths that could unravel his authority. "We cannot allow this madness to spread," Rykov muttered, his voice low and resolute. Deploy loyalists to discredit her findings. Control the narrative. The colony needs stability, not chaos. The metallic clangs of the chamber's infrastructure seemed to echo his resolve, a stark contrast to the fragile hope Elara clung to in the observatory. Alone under the artificial glow of the monitors, she stared into the starless void beyond, feeling the weight of Naomi's accusations and the looming political storm. Her mind raced. Could she balance the demands of her mission with the growing chasm between her and those she loved? The colony's future, and perhaps her own, depended on it. As tensions within the colony escalated, a confrontation erupted near the communal area. Voices rose in heated exchange, reflecting the wider fractures tearing at the social fabric. Naomi's frustration met Elara's determination in a clash that was as much about survival as it was about family. "You think you're the only one fighting," Naomi snapped. "We all are. But you can't do it alone." Elara's eyes glistened, the harsh words cutting deep but also igniting a spark of clarity. The transmission was not just a scientific puzzle, it was a catalyst, forcing them to confront not only the silence from the stars but the silence growing between them. As the chapter closes, Elara faces a crossroads to continue her solitary quest at the risk of losing everything she holds dear, or to reach out, bridge broken bonds, and face the colony's mounting threats together. The silence outside remains impenetrable, but within, the first cracks of a new understanding begin to form. The colony's atmosphere thickened with tension, a palpable undercurrent of fear and suspicion that hung over every gathering, every whispered conversation in the narrow corridors and communal spaces. Elara Voss moved through this charged environment with a resolute calm. Her sharp eyes often cast upward toward the stars she had spent her life studying. The silence from Earth was no longer just a technical anomaly, was a wound in the colony's collective psyche, a void that bred uncertainty and fractured trust. In the cramped, cluttered lab where the colony's communication arrays were housed, Elara had found a small sanctuary. The hum of the equipment was a constant companion, a reminder that even in silence, something persisted. It was here, amidst the flickering screens and tangled wires, that she had first noticed the faintest irregularities, patterns buried deep within the static that most dismissed as noise. Tonight, those patterns had grown more pronounced, like whispers emerging from a void. Linway adjusted the filters on the console, her slender fingers moving with practiced precision. "Look at this," she murmured, eyes scanning the data streams. "The signal isn't random. There's a structure here, fragments of a message, encoded in a way that's almost intentional." Elara leaned closer, heart quickening. Could it be a transmission? Lynn nodded slowly. "It's faint, erratic, but definitely a signal. Something is trying to communicate." The discovery sent ripples of cautious excitement through their small team. Mira Solon, leader of the cooperative faction, was the first to hear the news. In the dim light of the communal hall, she addressed a restless crowd, her voice steady despite the undercurrent of fear that had gripped many. "We stand at a crossroads," Myra said, her bright eyes scanning the faces before her. "This signal, whatever it means, reminds us that we are not alone in this silence. It is a beacon of hope, a call to unity rather than division. We must not let fear fragment us further." Her words resonated with some, but others remained unconvinced. Factional leaders, emboldened by the chaos, continued to vie for control, their distrust of Elara's findings growing. Councillor Thane Rykov, towering and cold-eyed, watched from his office, his mind calculating the threat this revelation posed to his grip on power. Allowing this transmission to be pursued, he muttered, risks destabilizing everything we have managed to hold together. I cannot let that happen. Back in the lab, Elara and Lynn worked tirelessly, piecing together fragments of the encoded message. The task was daunting. The signal was interrupted, distorted by cosmic interference and the vast distances it had traveled. Yet, with every breakthrough, the image of a cosmic event, massive, universe-altering phenomenon, began to emerge. It's not abandonment, Elara whispered one long night, exhaustion etched into her features. Earth didn't turn its back on us. Something happened out there, something catastrophic. Lynn's gaze was grave but resolute. If this is true, it changes everything. We are not isolated by choice, but by circumstance. Myra joined them frequently, bridging the divide between scientific inquiry and community leadership. Her optimism was a bomb against the growing paranoia, her pragmatic approach fostering fragile alliances. Together, they formed a small coalition, united by a shared need to understand the truth and prepare the colony for whatever lay ahead. But the path was perilous. As news of their progress spread, Councillor Rykov's opposition grew fiercer. He deployed his loyalists to discredit Ilari's research, casting doubt and fear. Rumors circulated that the transmission was a hoax or a threat designed to fracture the colony further. The air grew thick with distrust, and every discovery was a double-edged sword fueling hope, yet stoking the fires of conflict. One evening, as Elara stepped outside the lab, the cold air biting at her skin, she looked up at the stars. They seemed distant, indifferent. Yet within that vast silence, she felt a spark of fragile thread connecting her to something beyond the colony's walls. We have to keep going, she said softly, more to herself than anyone else. The signal is our lifeline. Myra joined her, placing a steady hand on Elara's shoulder. And we'll face whatever comes together. The colony's future hung in the balance, tethered to the faint signals threading through the cosmic void. In the heart of the silence, a new chapter was beginning, one defined by courage, fragile alliances, and the unyielding human desire to reach out, even when the stars seemed to have gone forever silent. As the night deepened, the transmission pulsed faintly on the Monatusa beacon of mystery and hope. The question was no longer just what had caused the silence, but whether the colony could rise above its fractures to answer the call. And in that question lay the fragile promise of survival. The rancor that had simmered beneath the colony's surface boiled over with a sudden, explosive force. The narrow corridors of the settlement's central sector echoed with the clatter of boots and the sharp commands of faction enforcers. Makeshift barricades, hastily erected from cargo containers and scrap metal, lined the streets as rival groups clashed over dwindling supplies. The air was thick with dust and the acrid temps of burning fuel, punctuated by the sharp crack of improvised weapons and the frantic shouts of desperate settlers. Dr. Elara Voss stood atop a crumbling wall, her dark eyes scanning the chaotic scene below with a mixture of dread and determination. The colony she had known her entire life, the fragile community that had grown from Earth's distant seed, was fracturing before her very eyes. The loss of contact with their homeworld had not only severed lines of communication, but also unraveled the fragile social fabric that sustained them. Now, amidst the din of conflict, the true cost of isolation was laid bare. Elara's thoughts were interrupted by the low rumble of a hover vehicle approaching. Captain Soren Hale, the colony's security chief, emerged from the dust and chaos, his imposing frame silhouetted against the fading light. Known for his stern discipline and unwavering loyalty to order, Hale had long maintained a wary distance from Elara and her scientific pursuits. Yet the mounting violence, the palpable fear in the eyes of settlers, had begun to erode even his steadfast resolve. "This can't go on," Hale said, voice rough but steady, as he joined Elara atop the barricade. "If we don't find a way to stop this, the colony won't survive the week." Elara nodded, her mind racing. "The transmission, it's the key. There's a message hidden in the cosmic silence, a warning, maybe even a solution. But no one will listen while the colony is tearing itself apart." Hale's gaze shifted toward the chaos below. "I saw what happened near the northern supply depot. Factions are armed and ready to fight for every ration. We can't afford to be divided." The two stood in silence for a moment, the distant cries of conflict underscoring their shared urgency. Finally, Hale broke the silence. "I'll help you. But we do this my way, organized, secure, with clear objectives. No room for mistakes." Elara felt a flicker of hope. The alliance she had long sought with the colony's security forces was finally within reach. Together, they made their way to the command center, a cavernous room lined with arrays of blinking consoles and scattered datapads. There, Mira Solon, leader of the cooperation-focused faction, awaited. Her bright eyes held a steady optimism that belied the grim realities outside. Lin Wei, the communications specialist, was already immersed in analyzing signal patterns, her fingers dancing across the holodisplay. "Captain," Mira greeted Hal with a nod, "glad you could join us. We need every hand if we're going to decode this transmission and save the colony." Hale gave a curt nod, his gaze lingering on Elara. "I'm here because I believe in the mission. But we move fast, and we move together." Lin Wei brought up a complex waveform on the screen, its layered frequencies pulsing faintly. "This is where we left off," she explained. "The transmission is fragmented, but patterns are emerging. We need coordinated efforts to piece it together." Jox Ren, the rugged smuggler with knowledge of underground networks, arrived quietly, his presence a reminder of the colony's shadowed underbelly. "I've got contacts who can intercept faction chatter," he offered. "Might help us anticipate moves and keep the mission safe." The room hummed with a cautious energy, the disparate figures united in a fragile but vital alliance. Plans were drawn, roles assigned, and communication channels secured. Outside, the colony's factions bristled with suspicion and hostility. But within these walls, a new order was taking shape, the beacon of hope amid the chaos. Yet, far from the command center, Councillor Thane Rykov watched the unfolding alliance with narrowed eyes. The tall, imposing leader sat behind a stark desk, the cold glow of a single lamp casting long shadows across his sharp features. His fingers tapped rhythmically, a calculated tempo underscoring the storm he intended to unleash. "They think they can unite against me," he muttered, voice low and dangerous. "They underestimate the cost of defiance." Plans of sabotage and subversion were set into motion, a desperate bid to maintain control over a colony slipping through his fingers. As night fell, the colony held its breath. In the dim glow of the command center, Elara and her unlikely allies prepared for the battles ahead, both external and internal. The fractured alliances of the past were giving way to a tenuous coalition, and with it, the slender hope of decoding the cosmic message that might yet save them all. The silence between transmissions was no longer empty. It was charged with possibility. But the question lingered, heavy and relentless. Could these fractured factions truly unite to confront the colony's mounting crisis and unravel the truth behind the transmission? The answer, Elara knew, would define the fate of their world. As the first stars blinked into existence overhead, the colony stood on the cusp of transforming its future, hanging in delicate balance between chaos and connection. And the signal, faint but persistent, waited to be understood. The hidden code, the communications lab, was cloaked in shadows, the only illumination coming from the soft blue glow of holographic displays and the blinking lights of decoding equipment. Dr. Elara sat at the center of the room, her eyes sharp and unwavering as she traced lines of cryptic symbols flickering across the translucent screen. Next to her, Dr. Linway adjusted a series of complex algorithms, their whispered exchanges cutting through the low mechanical hum like whispered spells in the dark. "This fragment," Lin began, his voice steady but edged with excitement, "it's not random noise. There's deliberate structure, here encoded data layers nested within the cosmic static." Elara nodded, her fingers dancing across the interface. "It's a message, but it's encrypted. Whoever sent this knew it couldn't fall into the wrong hands." Outside the lab, the colony simmered with tension. Faction leaders had caught wind of Elara's investigations, their suspicions growing alongside the whispers of rebellion. Yet inside this sanctuary of science, the puzzle pieces were slowly aligning. As hours bled into each other, the team made incremental progress. The encrypted layers peeled back, revealing patterns of mathematical constants and references to celestial coordinates. Then, a breakthrough, a segment of the message, once indecipherable, suddenly resolved into a coherent warning. "Listen to this," Elara said, her voice barely a whisper as she played the decoded segment through a small speaker. The words were distorted but unmistakable. "Cosmic event imminent. Disruption widespread. Survival contingent on knowledge beyond this transmission." A hush fell over the room. The weight of the message pressed down on them all. It was no longer just a mystery, but a dire proclamation. Jock's Wren slid silently into the lab, the faint scent of dust and machinery clinging to his rugged frame. "I've been hearing things," he said, voice low. "Underground channels are buzzing with similar signals. Not just here, but other outposts too. This blackout isn't isolated." Elara's gaze locked with his. "Then this is bigger than we thought." The room filled with a mix of awe and apprehension. The colony's isolation was no accident. It was part of a cosmic catastrophe reaching across light years. Meanwhile, Myra Solon and Captain Soren Hale convened in the council chamber, voices rising as they debated the implications. Myra's hopeful pragmatism clashed with Soren's hardened skepticism. "We can't ignore this," Myra insisted, her bright eyes blazing with conviction. "This message could be our key to survival." Soren's expression hardened. "Or it could be a trap. We risk everything chasing shadows while our people starve and fight." Their argument echoed through the steel walls, a microcosm of the colony's fracturing soul. Back in the lab, Elara retreated to the observation deck as night fell over the colony. The sky above was an empty canvas, Earth's familiar light replaced by an unyielding void. The cold wind bit at her cheeks, but she stood firm, the decoded message echoing in her mind like a clarion call. "We're not alone in this," she whispered to the silent stars. "And this isn't the end." Yet beneath her resolve lingered a shadow of doubt. The warning was clear. Survival demanded knowledge, cooperation, and sacrifice. The colony's future hinged on how they would heed the hidden code now burning bright in the cosmic silence. Elara turned back toward the lab, determination setting her jaw. The path ahead was uncertain and fraught with peril, but the first step had been taken. The transmission was no longer a mystery, it was a summons, and the colony would have to answer. The grey light of the colony's artificial dawn filtered through the reinforced windows of the observation deck, casting long shadows across the room where Dr. Elara Voss stood, alone yet unyielding. Around her, the low hum of machinery and the occasional beep of monitoring instruments wove a mechanical symphony that punctuated the weighty silence of isolation. She traced her fingers along the worn console, eyes sharp and unwavering as they scanned the latest digital readouts. The fragments of the transmission continued to tease her mind-buried whispers in the cosmic static, hinting at a message just beyond full comprehension. Outside, the colony's heart beat unevenly. The loss of Earth's voice had fractured more than just communication lines. It had shattered trust, splintered alliances, and set the stage for a power struggle that threatened to unravel everything the settlers had built. Councillor Thane Rykov, with his imposing stature and piercing gaze, wielded fear as a weapon, his cold voice commanding attention in the colony's central hall. His public denouncements of Elara's work had grown sharper, more calculated, designed to sow doubt and fracture the fragile unity still holding the colony together. This so-called transmission, Rykov declared to a gathering thick with tension, is nothing but noise and elaborate distraction crafted by those who would jeopardize our survival for the sake of dangerous fantasies. We must focus on order, on security, not on chasing ghosts in the void. Murmurs rippled through the crowd, some nodding in agreement, others casting wary glances toward the fringes where Illyra's supporters whispered in hushed urgency. It was a scene charged with unspoken fears, a community teetering on the razor's edge between hope and despair. Amidst the turmoil, Mira Solon moved with determined grace. Her short, athletic frame navigated the restless crowd in the settlement's communal square, her bright eyes locking with individuals caught in the throes of anxiety. Her voice, firm yet warm, rose above the discord. "We cannot afford to fall apart now," she urged. "Our strength lies in unity. We must listen to each other, trust in our shared purpose, and face these unknown dangers together." Her words, though met with skepticism by some, kindled a spark of hope. Mira's pragmatism and optimism had become a beacon for many, a counterweight to Rykov's authoritarian grip. She was the steady hand reminding the colony that survival depended not on division, but on cooperation. Back in the cramped signal lab, the air thick with the scent of recycled oxygen and the faint metallic temps of electronics, Elara and Dr. Lin Wei worked side by side. The glow of flickering monitors cast pale light on their focused faces as they pieced together the transmission's cryptic code. Lin's methodical approach complemented Elara's relentless curiosity, and together they navigated the labyrinth of data with tireless determination. "These patterns," Lin murmured, eyes scanning the scrolling lines, "they're not random. There's structure language hidden beneath the noise." Elara nodded, fingers flying across the keyboard. "If we can decode enough, it might tell us why Earth went silent, why we're truly alone out here." But the political storm was closing in. Councillor Rykov's campaign to undermine her credibility seeped into every corner of the colony's fractured society. Faction leaders whispered in shadowed rooms, suspicion coloring every interaction. Resources, already scarce, became tokens of power, and the threat of violence loomed ever nearer. Despite the mounting pressure, Elara's resolve hardened. She knew that uncovering the truth was the only path to salvation, not just for herself, but for the entire colony. The transmission was more than a message. It was a lifeline, a bridge across the silence that separated them from their origins. One evening, as the artificial stars blinked on above the colony's dome, Elara found herself standing beside Mira in the communal square. The chill of recycled air was softened by the warmth of the gathering crowd, their faces a mosaic of hope, fear, and determination. "This is our moment," Mira said quietly, her eyes reflecting the faint glow of the distant suns. "We can either fall apart or come together. The choice is ours." Elara nodded, feeling the weight of responsibility settle on her shoulders. Somewhere in the depths of the cosmic silence, a truth waited to be revealed. And with it, the chance to mend the fractures of a world lost to fear. As night deepened, the colony held its breath caught between the shadows of distrust and the fragile light of hope. The whispers of truth stirred in the static, promising that even in silence, connection endured. But the question remained: could Elara break through the walls of suspicion before the colony tore itself apart? The answer lay hidden in the stars, waiting for those bold enough to listen. The low hum of the data processors filled Elara Voss's observation room as she sat hunched over the glowing screens, her sharp eyes scanning the endless streams of cosmic noise that had become her obsession. The colony beyond the reinforced glass was a restless shadow, its inhabitants caught in the throes of uncertainty and fear. Yet here, in this small sanctuary of blinking lights and star charts, Elara sought order in the chaos, a signal hidden in the silence. For hours, she traced the faint anomalies in the cosmic background, patterns that teased her with their cryptic potential. Her fingers traced the projected constellations, each star a silent sentinel watching over their isolated world. But beneath her scientific focus, a different kind of turmoil stirred, one that no telescope could resolve. The memory of Naomi's voice echoed in her mind, sharp and pleading from their last heated conversation. They had never spoken so openly before, and the confrontation had left an ache far deeper than any celestial mystery. Isolation wasn't just a planetary condition. It had seeped into the very marrow of their lives, fracturing bonds once thought unbreakable. Elara closed her eyes, recalling the narrow corridor where Naomi had confronted her. The younger sister's face had been etched with exhaustion and sorrow, her voice trembling as she implored Elara to remember who she was beyond the data and discoveries. "We're more than stars and signals, Elara," Naomi had said. "We're people, and we're breaking apart." That moment lingered, casting a shadow over Elara's relentless pursuit. She knew that her obsession with the transmission, with the hope of restoring Earth's connection, had come at a cost. She had retreated into solitude, shunning the fragile human interactions that now seemed as vital as oxygen. Determined to understand not just the cosmos, but the fractures within her own heart, Elara rose and made her way to the observation platform. The night sky stretched endlessly above the colony, a tapestry of silent stars that mocked their predicament. The cosmic void was vast and indifferent, yet within its depths lay a promise, a whisper of connection waiting to be heard. As the cold night air brushed against her skin, Elara felt the weight of solitude pressing down, yet beneath it, a fragile spark of hope kindled. She thought of Naomi, of the colony's fractured families and factions, all caught at a crossroads between despair and survival. Returning to their quarters, Elara found Naomi waiting, her eyes searching for a bridge across the growing divide. Their conversation was tentative at first, words laced with pain and apology. Elara shared her fears and doubts, while Naomi revealed the loneliness that had gnawed at her spirit. In that exchange, a tentative reconciliation began to form, fragile but real. The sisters understood that their personal healing was inseparable from the colony's fate. If they were to survive the silence, this cosmic blackout that threatened to unravel them all, they would need to find balance. Between obsession and empathy, between the stars and the human heart. As dawn's pale light crept over the horizon, Elara felt a renewed resolve. The path ahead was uncertain, fraught with conflict and sacrifice, but also with possibility. The transmission awaited decoding, and with it, the chance to redefine their future. In the quiet moments before the colony stirred, Elara vowed to embrace both the scientific quest and the fragile ties that bound them, for only together could they hope to navigate the darkness and find a new constellation to guide them home. The crossroads had been reached. The journey was just beginning. The cold hum of the communications lab was the only sound accompanying the faint flicker of the Holly display as Dr. Elara Voss and Dr. Lin Wei pored over the enigmatic patterns that had haunted them for days. The cosmic silence had pressed down on the colony like an unyielding shroud, and now, for the first time, the silence was broken, not by noise, but by meaning. Elara's sharp eyes scanned the lines of data, her fingers deftly manipulating the interface. "Lin," she whispered, voice taut with disbelief. "Look at this segment. The recurring pulses. They're not random. This pattern, it's deliberate." Lin leaned closer, the soft glow of the holocasting shadows across her focused face. "It's a coordinate," she said, her voice steady but laced with awe. "A location on our planet, and a warning." The rooms seemed to shrink as the weight of their discovery settled over them. The transmission wasn't just static or cosmic noise. It was a message encoded deep within the silence. A message meant to be found. The coordinate pointed to a remote region on the planet, far from the colony's center, and the warning spoke of an impending cosmic event, one that could threaten their fragile existence. "We have to tell the Council," Elara said, her voice firm but edged with urgency. "This changes everything." Outside the lab, the colony was a powder keg of tension. Factions jostled for power as resources dwindled, and trust had all but evaporated. At the council chamber, Councillor Thane Rykov stood before the gathered leaders, his imposing figure commanding the room. His cold, calculating gaze swept over the assembly as he spoke with measured authority. "This transmission," he said, voice dripping with controlled disdain, "is a distraction. A dangerous rumor born of fear and desperation. We cannot allow ourselves to be swayed by unverified messages that threaten our order." Murmurs rippled through the chamber, some nodding in agreement, others bristling with dissent. Mira Solin rose, her presence a contrast to Rykov's icy demeanor. "We cannot afford to ignore what Elara and Lin have found," she said, her voice ringing clear. "We are isolated, yes, but that does not mean we are powerless. This message, whether warning or hope, demands we act together." Captain Soren Hale, standing at the edge of the room, weighed the words carefully. His skepticism was well known, but even he felt the stirrings of something he couldn't yet name, a flicker of hope in the darkness. As the council fractured further, Elara stepped out onto the observation deck, the twin moons casting a pale, ethereal light over the settlement. The cool night air brushed against her face, carrying the distant echoes of a world she once called home. She looked up at the stars, the vast black tapestry now seeming less empty, as if the universe itself whispered secrets just beyond reach. Her heart was heavy with the burden of knowledge and the fragile spark of possibility. The coordinate was a beacon, a chance to confront the cosmic silence that had swallowed their connection to Earth. But would the colony choose to trust this fragile thread of hope, or would fear and suspicion sever it forever? Inside, the council's debate raged on, the future of the colony balanced on a knife's edge. The transmission had broken the silence, but the real question remained: was the colony ready to listen? The night deepened, and in the stillness, the stars watched silently, as if waiting for the colony to decide its fate. Elara's resolve hardened. Whatever the cost, she would follow the signal into the unknown, into the silence, to find the truth that might save them all. But even as she prepared to lead the colony into uncharted territory, a shadow lurked in the council chamber. Councillor Rykov's eyes glinted with resolve. The fight for control was far from over, and the silence that had once been their enemy was about to become the battlefield. The transmission was more than a message. It was a challenge, and the colony's answer would echo through the void. The briefing room flickered with the pale glow of the holographic map, casting wavering blue light across the worn faces of those gathered. Dr. Elara Voss stood at the center, her dark hair pulled back tightly, eyes sharp and unwavering as she traced a path across the colony's fractured terrain. Opposite her, Mira Solon shifted on her feet, arms crossed but voice steady as she joined in the planning. Captain Soren Hale, imposing and resolute, observed with a calculating gaze, his presence a reminder of the colony's fragile order. If we move through the eastern sectors, Elara began, pointing to a series of red-marked zones on the map, we can avoid the main faction patrols. The transmission's coordinates suggest the signal source lies beyond the northern ridge, where the terrain is rough but less monitored. Myra nodded. That area is within my faction's influence. I can ensure safe passage through those sectors, but the southern routes remain a risk. Hale's voice cut in, low and authoritative. The southern sectors are under strict control by loyalists to Councillor Rykov. Any unauthorized movement there could trigger a conflict. We'll need stealth and speed, no room for error. Elara's gaze hardened, which is why we've asked Jox Wren to join us. His knowledge of the colony's hidden pathways and black market contacts is unmatched. He can guide us through places no patrol expects. The mention of Jox caused a stir. The smuggler's reputation was both a boon and a source of unease. Minutes later, he arrived, drugged and weather-beaten, eyes sharp beneath a hooded jacket. His quick hands folded the edges of an old, tattered map, marked with routes invisible to official records. You want to get from point A to point B without drawing attention, Jox said, voice gravelly but confident. There are tunnels under the industrial sector, forgotten maintenance shafts, and supply corridors that the Council's patrols don't monitor. I know them all. Elara exchanged a glance with Myra and Hale. Trust was a scarce commodity these days, but necessity forged unlikely bonds. As the team prepared, Myra made rounds to faction leaders, delivering impassioned pleas for cooperation. We face an unknown threat, she told a crowded hall filled with skeptics and wary eyes. This transmission offers a beacon chance to understand, to survive together. Our divisions endanger us all. Her words stirred murmurs, some hopeful, others doubtful. Yet a fragile thread of consensus began to weave through the room. Meanwhile, beneath the colony's surface, Jox led the team through narrow, shadowed passageways. The air smelled faintly of oil and damp concrete, punctuated by distant echoes of life above. Every footstep was measured, every corner a potential danger. Elara's heart pounded not just from exertion, but from the weight of what lay ahead. At the observation deck that evening, Elara stood alone, the colony's lights flickering behind her like dying embers. Above, the stars remained silent, indifferent witnesses to the fragile hope she carried. She whispered into the dark, "We will find the truth. We must." The mission was set, the lines of trust drawn tenuously but irrevocably. The colony's future hinged on their ability to bridge divides, confront fears, and follow the faint signal through the vast silence. And as the night deepened, so too did the resolve that even in isolation, connection could be forged anew. The path ahead was uncertain, but for the first time in many cycles, hope glimmered on the horizon. The council chamber buzzed with a restless energy that was more volatile than the thin, recycled air could contain. Around the long oval table, representatives of the colony's factions sat rigidly, their faces drawn tight with worry and defiance. The muted hum of the overhead ventilation mixed with the sharp edge of rising voices, each faction leader staking their claim with fierce urgency. At the center of the storm sat Councillor Thane Rykov, his tall frame cutting an imposing silhouette behind the polished steel podium. His sharp features were set in a cold mask, his calculating gaze sweeping across the room as he prepared to speak. "This mission," Rykov began, his voice low and deliberate, "is folly. To gamble the colony's scarce resources on a signal that may be nothing more than cosmic noise is reckless. We cannot afford distractions when our survival is at stake." He let his words hang, heavy with implied threats. Myra Solon, seated just opposite, leaned forward, her bright eyes flashing with determined optimism. "Counselor, this is not a distraction, it is a chance. We cannot blind ourselves to possibilities simply because they challenge our fears. Cooperation, not control, is what we need to survive." Elara Voss sat quietly near Mira, her sharp eyes reflecting the flickering holoscreens that charted the decoded transmission's coordinates. Her voice, when she spoke, was calm but insistent. "The transmission offers us direction, perhaps even salvation. If we ignore it, we doom ourselves to stagnation and decay." But Captain Soren Hale, the colony's security chief, shifted uneasily in his seat. His disciplined posture betrayed his internal conflict as he weighed loyalty to the colony's order against the growing evidence Elara presented. "We must prepare for all outcomes," he said cautiously. "But we cannot afford civil unrest." The room erupted as factions voiced their fears and suspicions. Accusations flew about, hidden agendas and betrayals. The fragile trust that had held the colony together since the loss of Earth's contact was unraveling. Meanwhile, in the shadows of a cavernous warehouse on the colony's outskirts, Councillor Rykov gathered his loyalists. The harsh industrial lighting cast long, ominous shadows across the faces of his followers, their expressions a mix of resolve and apprehension. "The mission threatens our stability," Rykov declared, his voice cold and commanding. "We cannot allow this reckless expedition to undermine the order that keeps us alive. We will act decisively to block it." Plans were whispered, weapons checked, and alliances forged in the dim light. The Councillor's loyalists prepared to sabotage the mission, planting seeds of rebellion and fear. Back in the heart of the colony, Elara convened with Mira and Captain Hale in the cramped command center. The room was cluttered with datapads, holoscreens, and maps strewn across metal tables. The air was thick with the scent of recycled air and the faint hum of power converters. "We have little time," Elara said, her voice steady despite the tension. "Rykov's faction is mobilizing. If we wait, we risk losing everything." Mira nodded, her expression grim but resolute. "We need to strengthen our alliances and find ways to communicate beyond faction lines. Trust is fragile but necessary." Captain Hale checked the security feeds, his jaw tight. "We'll need to prepare for conflict, but we must avoid open war. The colony cannot survive that." Outside, beneath the harsh glare of artificial lights, groups of armed supporters gathered silently. The metallic clink of weapons and the low murmur of whispered plans filled the cold night air. Nervous glances met determined stares as the colony braced for the storm gathering on the horizon. Throughout the colony, the tension was palpable, a gathering tempest threatening to tear apart the fragile unity forged in fear and isolation. The mission to follow the transmission had become more than a quest for answers. It was now a battleground for the colony's very soul. As the chapter drew to a close, the uneasy calm before the storm settled over the colony. Elara's quiet determination shone like a beacon amid the growing darkness. But the question remained, could hope survive the gathering storm? The council chamber's atmosphere thickened with each passing minute. Voices rose and fell like crashing waves, some pleading for reason, others demanding control. Councillor Rykov's presence was a shadow looming over every argument, his cold authority a reminder of the power he wielded. "We cannot risk the colony on unproven science," Rykov snapped as a faction leader from the agriculture sector spoke of dwindling food supplies. "Our resources must be conserved for immediate needs, not speculative ventures." Myra's voice cut through the clamor, surprisingly firm. "Speculation is a luxury we cannot afford to ignore. The transmission could hold the key to understanding the silence that isolates us. Ignoring it is a greater risk." Elara's eyes met Rykov's across the table, a silent challenge exchanged. "We owe it to ourselves to pursue every lead. To do less is to accept defeat." The debate grew heated, and the council chair struggled to maintain order. Outside, news of the council's fractious session rippled through the colony like wildfire, deepening divides. In the warehouse, Rykov's loyalists finalized their plans. A network of informants and saboteurs prepared to disrupt communications, supply lines, and the expedition itself. His cold gaze never wavered. Failure was not an option. Back in the command room, Elara and her allies worked feverishly to prepare for the inevitable confrontation. The screens displayed data streams and encrypted messages. Plans were drafted and redrafted. Every moment was a race against time. The colony teetered on the edge, a precipice between cooperation and chaos. The gathering storm was no longer a metaphor, but a palpable force bearing down on them all. And in that charged silence, Elara whispered to herself, "We must hold fast. The future depends on it." The colony's night was a thick blanket of silence and cold, broken only by the faint hum of machinery and the distant flicker of dimmed lights. On the balcony of her small quarters, Dr. Elara Voss stood wrapped in a heavy jacket, her breath curling in the frosty air. The vast expanse above was a void the stars, once a comforting presence, now seemed distant and unreachable, swallowed by the cosmic silence that had become their new reality. She gazed upward, the weight of the isolation pressing against her chest like a physical force. The loss of contact with Earth had fractured more than their technology. It had fractured their sense of belonging, their hope. Inside the colony's command center, the atmosphere was taut with anticipation and unease. A gathering of key leaders had assembled to discuss the impending mission that Elara had championed, a mission born from a faint, enigmatic transmission buried deep in the cosmic noise. Myra Solon, radiant with her characteristic optimism, spoke passionately about the need for unity and cooperation. Her short, athletic frame exuded a quiet strength as she appealed to the fractured factions to set aside their grievances for the survival of all. "This mission isn't just about decoding a message," Mira urged, her voice steady but urgent. "It's about reclaiming our future. We cannot afford to fall apart now." Captain Soren Hale, the colony's security chief, leaned forward, his brow furrowed beneath his worn uniform. His voice was cautious, laced with the weight of responsibility. "We must be prepared for the unknown. The risks are not just from external threats, but from the instability within. Our defenses need to be solid. Councillor Thane Rykov, tall and imposing, cut through the discussion with his cold, calculating gaze. We are risking everything on a hope, a cryptic message that could lead us into chaos. Stability comes from control, not from chasing shadows. The tension in the room was palpable, a stark reflection of the colony's fractured state. Elara listened silently, her sharp eyes tracing the lines of conflict etched into each face. She knew that the mission's success depended not only on decoding the transmission, but on navigating the volatile political landscape that threatened to unravel them all. Later, in the cramped quarters she shared with her younger sister, Naomi, the emotional toll of their predicament settled in. Naomi's restless eyes searched Elara's face, seeking a connection that had grown tenuous under the strain of isolation and obsession. "You're always out there," Naomi said quietly, her voice tinged with hurt. "Sometimes it feels like you've already given up on us, on this place." Elara reached out, brushing a stray lock of hair from Naomi's forehead. "I'm trying to find a way to bring us all back from the silence. I promise I haven't given up." But the words felt fragile, as if the very weight of the silence threatened to swallow their hope whole. As the long night deepened, Elara returned to the observatory of sanctuary of cold metal and blinking lights. The faint hum of signal analyzers filled the space as she pored over star charts and the enigmatic data that had become her obsession. Around her, the colony buzzed with unrest and uncertainty, but here, amid the constellations she had studied since childhood, Elara found focus. Her fingers traced the patterns in the data, each anomaly a whisper in the darkness, a promise that the silence was not absolute. The transmission, faint and cryptic, was a thread of fragile lifeline connecting them to a truth beyond their fractured world. The night stretched endlessly before her, a vast expanse of unknowns. Yet in the midst of the darkness, Elara felt a flicker of resolve, an ember of hope that no matter how deep the silence, the human spirit could find a way to light the way forward. Outside, the colony slept uneasily, its fractured society poised on the brink of either collapse or renewal. The mission would soon depart into the unknown, carrying with it the fragile hopes of a people desperate to rediscover their place in the universe. And as Elara prepared to lead them, she knew that the long night was far from over. It was only the beginning. The stars above might be silent, but the light of determination burned fiercely within her. The colony's fate hung in the balance, and the dawn of a new chapter awaited on the horizon. "We will not be lost," Elara whispered to the night. "Not while I still breathe." Her voice faded into the endless dark, a quiet promise against the vast silence. The long night would test them all, but it would not break them. Not yet. The colony's landing platform was bathed in the fading glow of a bruised twilight. A sky streaked with heavy purples and deepening blues that pressed down on the barren landscape. The wind howled faintly through the skeletal framework of the outpost, carrying with it the scent of dust and cold metal. At the edge of the platform, the vessel stood ready, its hull scarred from years of use, but steadfast. Engines hummed low, a steady thrum that seemed to pulse in rhythm with the racing hearts of those assembled. Dr. Elara Voss stood apart from the gathered crowd, her dark hair pulled back tightly, sharp eyes reflecting the dimming light. She wore the practical, worn clothing suited for field work, the subtle stains of oil and dust marking her as one who spent her days immersed in the machinery and mysteries of the stars. Around her, the disparate members of the mission gathered, Mira Solon, whose bright eyes held a determined optimism. Captain Soren Hale, tall and imposing, his posture rigid with discipline. Jox Ren, rugged and restless, his fingers twitching with impatience. And Dr. Lin Wei, calm and methodical, quietly checking instruments and data readouts. There was a palpable tension in the air, a mingling of hope and fear that stretched taut among them. The colony, fractured by months of isolation and factional strife, had found a fragile thread of unity in this mission. It was a thread woven from the encoded transmission. Elara had uncovered a cryptic signal buried deep within cosmic silence, offering coordinates, warnings, and a promise of something beyond their shattered world. Mira stepped forward, her voice soft but unwavering as she addressed the group. This is more than a mission. It's a leap into the unknown. We leave behind everything familiar, but we carry with us the hope that we might find answers, or at least understanding. We owe it to our people to try. Elara nodded, feeling the weight of those words settle heavily on her shoulders. The transmission is our beacon. If there's a chance, however small, that we can break through the silence, this is it. We must face whatever awaits us with open eyes and steady hearts. Captain Hale's voice cut through the murmurs as he issued final orders. Security protocols are in place. We move as one. Any sign of trouble, we respond swiftly. There's no room for hesitation. Our survival depends on discipline and trust. Jox let out a dry chuckle, the sound rough but not without warmth. Trust isn't easy when you come from where I do, but I'm in. Let's see what secrets this silence holds. With that, the team boarded the vessel. Inside, the cramped quarters hummed with the low vibrations of the ship's systems. Elara pulled up the transmission coordinates again, the glowing map casting an eerie light across her face. She studied the data carefully, tracing the path they would take through the uncharted reaches beyond the colony's immediate environment. Mira moved quietly through the cabin, checking supplies and securing gear with practiced efficiency. Outside, the wind rattled the ship's hull, a persistent reminder of the harsh world they were leaving behind and the even harsher unknown ahead. Captain Hale paced slowly, eyes sharp as he surveyed his team. Each member was a thread in a delicate fabric of survival, and he felt the immense responsibility bearing down on him. "We're not just fighting the void out there," he said quietly to Elara. "We're fighting what's inside us, the fear, the doubt. We hold together or we fall apart." Elara met his gaze steadily. "That's why I brought this team together. Because despite everything, we can still choose to be more than fractured factions. We have to." As the countdown began, the collective breath of the colony seemed to pause. The engines roared to life, vibrations coursing through the platform, and the ship began to rise. Below them, the colony's lights shrank into pinpricks, a fragile constellation of human hope adrift on an alien world. The silence outside was profound, the void vast and unyielding. Yet within the ship, the faint pulse of connection between the team and to the distant transmission was a lifeline. Ilara's eyes fixed on the dark horizon ahead, where the mysteries of the cosmic blackout awaited unraveling. In the quiet moments before the ship slipped fully into the stars, she whispered to herself, "We will find the signal. We will find the truth." And with that, the journey began. The horizon stretched before them like a dark, jagged scar etched into the planet's crimson sky. As Elara Voss led the team onward, the ruined skeletons of what once had been a fledgling settlement emerged from the dust and shadow. The structures, corroded and skeletal, stood as silent sentinels of past hopes and failures. Mira Solin's breath hitched slightly as she took in the sight. This was no mere waypoint, but a ghostly reminder of the fragile thread upon which their colony's survival hung. "Elara, look at this," Jox Ren called out, crouching beside a twisted metal panel half buried in sand. His voice was rough, but held a note of reverence. The faded markings etched into the surface were indecipherable at first, but Lin Wei, who had joined the group earlier, stepped forward with her portable scanner. The device hummed softly, its glow casting eerie blue light across the corroded metal. These markings, they might be a log or a warning, Lin speculated, eyes narrowing as she cross-referenced the symbols with colony records stored in her tablet. This settlement was abandoned after severe environmental failures, sandstorms, resource depletion, a microcosm of what we risk becoming. Elara's heart tightened. The cosmic blackout was no longer an abstract mystery. It was a tangible threat entwined with the planet's merciless environment and the colony's own precarious existence. The weight of the discovery settled heavily on her shoulders. Suddenly, the sky darkened further as a fierce wind picked up, whipping sand and dust into a swirling tempest. Captain Soren Hale barked orders, his voice cutting through the howling storm. Everyone, close ranks. Shields up. Stay close. The team huddled together, their breaths shallow, bodies pressed against the stinging storm. Myra reached out, gripping Elara's arm with fierce determination. We have to trust each other. This storm is just the beginning. In the midst of chaos, the shared vulnerability forged bonds deeper than words. Elara caught Jox's eye. The usual cynicism softened into a rare flicker of trust. The storm raged around them, but within their circle, a fragile warmth blossomed. Hours later, as the storm subsided and the first stars pierced the twilight, the team emerged from their shelter. The alien landscape, once hostile and unyielding, now seemed to cradle them in a quiet embrace. Elara's gaze lifted to the heavens, those distant points of light held promise. A reminder that even in darkness, connection endured. This journey is far from over, she murmured, voice steady despite the exhaustion. But together, we'll find the way. Myra nodded, a smile breaking through the grime on her face. For the colony, for hope. The ruins behind them whispered of lessons learned and sacrifices made. Ahead, the unknown beckoned, vast and uncertain, but no longer faced alone. The fragile threads of trust wove a tapestry of resilience, and in that, Elara found a light brighter than any star, as they prepared to move forward. A distant echo of a transmission hummed faintly through their equipment, a delicate promise from the cosmic silence, urging them onward. Elara's fingers tightened around the controls, her mind racing with possibilities. The horizon was dark, but not devoid of light. The observatory was quiet, except for the soft hum of machinery and the rhythmic tapping of keys. Elara Voss sat hunched over the spectral analyzer, her eyes narrowed as the complex patterns flickered across the screen. Lin Wei stood beside her, fingers dancing across a holographic interface, pulling up layers of data from the cosmic background. The usual static of the void was punctuated by something faint but unmistakably patterned. A signature buried deep within the noise. Look at this, Elara whispered, pointing to a series of anomalous readings. This isn't random interference. It's a transmission, or something very close to it. Lin Wei adjusted the filters, enhancing the faint signal. It's unlike anything we've seen before. The frequency shifts suggest a massive energy discharge, but it's structured, purposeful. The two scientists exchanged a glance. Years of frustration and solitude had culminated in this moment. For the first time since the communication blackout, a thread of hope wove through the suffocating silence. Outside, the colony lay shrouded in the cold grip of night. The wind whispered through empty streets, carrying the faint echoes of distant machinery and restless thoughts. Elara stepped outside, the chill biting at her skin as she gazed up at the stars, a familiar tapestry now tinged with loss and uncertainty. Her mind raced. The data suggested something catastrophic had unfolded light years away, an event so vast it had disrupted all communication channels, severing the fragile lifeline between the colony and Earth. Back in the communications hub, Captain Soren Hale awaited her arrival. His usual stoic composure was tempered by a flicker of anxiety as she approached. "You really think this changes everything?" he asked, voice low but steady. Elara met his gaze. "It does. This isn't abandonment or failure. It's survival. Earth itself is silent because it's caught in the aftermath of a cosmic disaster. We're not alone in this, but our reality has shifted." Soren's expression softened, the lines of command etched deeply but now shadowed by uncertainty. "Then we have to prepare, not just for survival here, but for what comes next." The next day, Elara stood before a gathering of faction leaders and colony citizens, the air thick with tension and guarded hope. With Linway's assistance, she broadcast the decoded message, a warning, a beacon, and a call to unity. Whispers rippled through the crowd as the truth settled like dust. The cosmic blackout was not a punishment or a failure. It was a shared trial. And in that realization, a fragile thread of connection began to weave itself through fractured hearts. Elara's voice rang clear. "We face the unknown together. Our strength lies not in isolation, but in rediscovery and resilience. The stars have gone silent, but our spirit will not." As the colony absorbed the revelation, a new chapter unfolded, one where hope was not a distant dream, but a tangible beacon, lighting the way across the vast silent void. Yet, even as the first stirrings of cooperation took root, Elara knew the path ahead would be fraught with challenges. The cosmic event that silenced Earth was a reminder of humanity's vulnerability, but also of its capacity to endure. The stars might be silent, but the colony was listening and ready to answer. The dome's transparent ceiling stretched above them like a fragile glass, ceiling separating the colony from the endless void beyond. Under its soft artificial glow, Elara Voss and her younger sister Naomi sat side by side on a low bench in the observation chamber, their shoulders almost touching, but years of distance and silence still lingering in the space between them. Outside, the distant stars shimmered faintly, their twinkling forms dimmed by the planet's thick atmosphere. Yet to Elara, they were a bittersweet reminder of a home that had gone silent. Naomi shifted uncomfortably, her fingers tracing absent patterns on the cool metal surface of the bench. "I never thought we'd sit like this again," she said softly, eyes fixed on the far horizon where the last vestiges of twilight clung stubbornly. Elara's gaze remained locked on the sky. "Neither did I." Her voice was steady, but carried a quiet weight. "But it's good to be here now. We've lost so much, but maybe there's still something to hold on to." The colony's fracturing had taken its toll on everyone, but for Elara and Naomi, it was personal. The silence from Earth had been more than a cosmic mystery. It had severed the last threads connecting their family to their origins. Memories of childhood under Earth's blue sky, their parents' stories, and the warmth of distant kin surfaced with a piercing clarity that both comforted and ached. Naomi swallowed hard, her eyes glistening. "I was angry at you for leaving me behind, for getting lost in your work when we needed each other the most." Elara turned to face her sister fully, her sharp eyes softening. "I was trying to find a way to bring us back, to bring Earth back. I thought if I could understand the silence, maybe I could fix it." The sisters sat in silence for a moment, the unspoken apologies weaving between them like a fragile thread of hope. Around them, the hum of the colony's life pulsed faintly, distant chatter, the clinking of tools, footsteps echoing through the halls. It was a world on the edge, torn by fear and suspicion, but also by the faint pulse of resilience. Elsewhere in the colony, Mira Solon met with Captain Soren Hale in one of the communal halls. Their conversation was low but earnest, the tension between the factions palpable even in their cautious words. "We can't afford another breakdown," Myra said, her bright eyes scanning the room as murmurs of unrest rose from nearby clusters of settlers. "If Elara's right about the transmission, we need to come together fast." Captain Hale's expression was grim. "Rykov won't stand for that. He's tightening his grip, and his loyalists are ready to strike at the first sign of weakness." Mira nodded. "Which is why we need to build trust where we can. We have to be the bridge." Back in the observation chamber, Elara had pulled up holographic recordings, fragments of Earth's past, captured in flickering light and sound. Images of oceans, sprawling cities, and endless forests danced before her eyes, each one a ghostly echo of a world that felt more like a dream than reality now. Her fingers hovered over the controls, pausing on a recording of a sunset from her childhood home. The warm hues bathed the room in a soft glow, stirring a longing that settled deep in her chest. "We're not just searching for answers out there," she whispered to Naomi. "We're searching for ourselves, for the humanity we thought we'd lost." Naomi reached out, her hand finding Elara's in a rare gesture of connection. "Then let's make sure we don't lose each other again." The next day, Naomi wandered through the colony's garden dome, one of the few places still nurturing Earth's fragile legacy. She knelt beside a cluster of withered leaves, their edges browned and curling, and gently touched them with reverence. They were remnants of a life that had once thrived under a distant sun, now struggling to survive in this alien world. As she rose, a quiet determination settled over her. The colony's future was uncertain, but it was theirs to shape. If they could hold on to hope, to memory, to one another, maybe they could find a new way forward. That night, as Elara prepared to rest, her mind was alive with the echoes of the day, the sisterly reconciliation, Myra and Hale's fragile alliance, the shimmering images of home that refused to fade. Somewhere beyond the stars, the cosmic silence continued to hold its secrets, but within the colony, a different kind of light was beginning to glow. The light of connection, of rediscovery, of survival. Elara closed her eyes, feeling the weight of isolation lift just enough to glimpse a glimmer of hope. Tomorrow, the work would continue, the decoding, the mission, the fight for trust. But tonight, she allowed herself to believe that even in silence, the echoes of home could guide them onward. The metallic clang of the council chamber's heavy door echoed faintly as Councillor Thane Rykov entered, his tall frame casting a long shadow over the cold, angular room. The dim lighting flickered intermittently, reflecting off the polished surfaces and emphasizing the sharp lines of his face. His gaze was as cold and calculating as ever, a steady flame of determination burning behind his steely eyes. Around the semicircular table, a small group of faction loyalists awaited him, the tension palpable in the stale recycled air. Rykov's voice was low and measured, but it carried the weight of command. "The mission Elara Voss leads threatens not only my authority, but the fragile order that keeps this colony from descending into chaos. We cannot allow this insubordination to continue unchecked." A murmur rippled through the group. Some nodded in agreement, while others exchanged wary glances. Rykov continued, outlining his plan with meticulous detail. Covert sabotage targeting the colony's communication arrays and critical infrastructure to force a halt to the expedition and sow distrust among the factions. "We must act swiftly and decisively," he said, "before Elara's idealism fractures what remains of our control." Meanwhile, in the communal hall below, Mira Solon stood before a restless gathering. The crowd was a mixture of anxious settlers and faction representatives, their faces illuminated by the harsh glow of overhead lights. The air was thick with the scent of recycled oxygen and the faint metallic temps of the settlement's ever-present machinery. Myra's voice was steady but urgent. "We cannot afford to let fear and suspicion tear us apart. Our survival depends on cooperation, not division. Elara's mission represents our best chance at understanding what has happened and how to move forward." Despite her pleas, the undercurrent of distrust was unmistakable. Fingers were pointed, and whispered accusations floated through the crowd. The fracture lines within the colony were widening once again. Elsewhere, Captain Sorenhale moved through the dim corridors beneath the settlement, his boots echoing against steel grates and the hum of malfunctioning equipment filling the silence. Emergency lights flickered erratically, casting long shadows that danced along the walls. Hale's face was set in a grim expression as he inspected the damaged communications arrays, the very lifeblood of the colony's tentative connection to the outside universe. "Sabotage," he muttered under his breath, scanning the fractured circuitry. This was no accident. The realization brought a surge of frustration and urgency. The colony's security forces were stretched thin, and any disruption risked igniting open conflict between already fragile factions. Back in the observatory, Elara Voss stood alone beneath the vast dome, her sharp eyes fixed on the unyielding void beyond. The usual tapestry of stars was absent, replaced by an endless black silence that seemed to press in on her very soul. The hum of the instruments around her was a faint comfort, a reminder of the data she tirelessly pored over each night. Her thoughts were a turbulent mix of fear and fierce hope. Fear that the colony might fracture beyond repair. Hope that the transmission she had uncovered was a key to survival. She clenched her fists, the weight of responsibility settling heavily upon her shoulders. Suddenly, the observatory's COM panel beeped, breaking the silence. A message from Captain Hale flickered onto the screen. "Sabotage confirmed. Systems failing rapidly. Security breach suspected. Immediate action required." Elara's heart quickened. The enemy was not only out there in the cold silence of space, but within their own walls. The mission, the fragile peace, everything was at risk. As the night deepened, the colony braced itself. The threads holding their society together were pulling taut, stretched by fear and mistrust. Yet in the midst of shadow and uncertainty, a spark of defiance kindled in Elara's gaze. The silence might be overwhelming, but the human spirit was not so easily extinguished. The central hall of the colony was thick with the heavy murmur of unrest, voices weaving into a tapestry of dissent and fear. Myra Solon stood at the eye of this storm, her posture firm yet inviting as she raised her hands slightly, seeking silence. The gathered faction leaders, their faces tight with frustration and guarded suspicion, hesitated, then quieted. The faint hum of the overhead lights mingled with the restless shifting of boots on the metal floor. "We are at a crossroads," Myra began, her voice steady and clear, cutting through the tension like a beacon. "Each of you holds the future of this colony in your hands. But division will only hasten our ruin. We must find a way to work together, or we will all fall apart before the silence beyond these walls can be understood." Her gaze swept the room, catching the eyes of hardened veterans, wary technicians, and anxious settlers alike. Some nodded reluctantly. Others remained tight-lipped, their distrust like a shield around their hearts. But the seed of hope was planted. Meanwhile, in the cramped confines of the laboratory, Elara Voss sat hunched over her console, eyes sharp and unblinking beneath the harsh glow of the monitors. Streams of data scrolled endlessly, each fragment a puzzle piece from the cosmic silence enveloping them. The faint patterns she and Dr. Linway had uncovered began to coalesce into something more than random noise, a message encoded in the void. Her hands, calloused from years of meticulous work, danced over controls, adjusting frequencies, running algorithms, chasing the elusive truth buried beneath a galaxy of static. The weight of exhaustion pressed on her, but so did the relentless drive that had fueled her since the day the last transmission from Earth fell silent. Every decoded symbol, every broken phrase carried the promise of understanding and survival. Outside the lab, Captain Soren Hale entered the makeshift meeting room where Myra was still negotiating fragile peace. His authoritative presence commanded attention, and even the most reluctant faction leaders paused their bickering to regard him. After long moments of silence, he spoke, his voice low but resolute. "I've seen what division brings," he said, eyes scanning the room. "If we do not stand together now, we are lost. I will lend my support to this alliance, but everyone must hold to their word." Mira allowed herself a small, cautious smile. The captain's backing was a critical piece in the fragile puzzle of trust they were building. As dusk settled over the colony, painting the sky with muted purples and oranges, Mira found herself standing beside Elara on a quiet overlook. The distant hum of restless crowds drifted up from below, a reminder of the delicate balance they were trying to maintain. They shared a moment of quiet camaraderie, the weight of their responsibility hanging heavy but shared. "We've come far," Mira said softly, "but the hardest part is still ahead." Elara nodded, her sharp eyes fixed on the stars, now barely visible through the colony's atmospheric haze. "The silence isn't empty," she replied. "It's waiting for us to listen, truly listen." Together, they faced the uncertain horizon. Their resolve, a fragile but unyielding thread stitching the colony's fractured heart back toward hope. The night deepened, carrying with it the promise that even fractured bonds could heal, if only they held fast long enough to bridge the silence. The room was bathed in the cool, sterile glow of the monitors, the low hum of machinery a steady companion to the quiet urgency pressing down on everyone present. Dr. Elara Voss sat rigid, eyes fixed on the scrolling lines of data that finally began to coalesce into something comprehensible. Beside her, Dr. Linway's fingers danced over the keyboard, eyes darting between the symbols and the decoded text that emerged word by word. The transmission, once an indecipherable riddle buried deep in cosmic noise, was now revealing its secrets. "Here," Lin whispered, voice tight with disbelief, the last segment just aligned. "It's a warning and instructions." Elara leaned closer, her sharp eyes scanning the message that unfolded. It spoke of a cosmic event, a cascade of phenomena disrupting interstellar communications and threatening the survival of outposts like theirs. But woven into the warning was hope, coordinates to safe zones, protocols for sustaining life beyond the blackout, and an invitation to persevere. "This changes everything," Elara said softly, the weight of the revelation settling over her. "We're not abandoned, we're warned." Outside the lab, Myra Solon prepared to address the colony. The central hall was packed, the murmur of anxious voices ebbing and flowing like tides. As Myra stepped forward, Her presence commanded attention, her bright eyes scanning the gathered faces, searching for signs of trust amid the suspicion. "Fellow colonists," Mira began, her voice steady yet warm, "we have received a message. Not just noise, but a call for survival. It's a warning and a guide. We cannot afford to fracture further. Together, we must act." The hall held its breath, the silence thick with uncertainty and the fragile spark of hope. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Some faces showed relief, others hardened in doubt. Meanwhile, Jox Wren moved through the colony's shadowed corridors, delivering fragments of the decoded message to wary faction leaders. His weather-beaten face was uncharacteristically serious, the usual cynicism replaced by an urgent resolve. The underground networks he once operated in now served a higher purpose: to disseminate truth and build fragile bridges between divided groups. Captain Soren Hale, standing apart near a viewport overlooking the alien night, absorbed the weight of the moment. The stars above, once symbols of distant home and unreachable Earth, now held new meaning. The transmission was a beacon in the silence, a call to arms and to hope. Hale's jaw clenched as he contemplated the task ahead, securing the colony's future amid growing unrest and the ominous knowledge now in their hands. Back in the communications lab, Elara and Lin Wei continued their work, piecing together maps and protocols from the transmission. The complexity was staggering: encrypted coordinates pointing to hidden caches, survival strategies for cosmic radiation surges, and warnings about phenomena that had already begun to affect their planet's orbit. "We have to share this," Elara insisted, but carefully. "If Councillor Rykov hears this before we build consensus, it could tear us apart." Lin nodded, fingers poised above the console. "We need proof, allies, and a plan." As the hours deepened into night, the colony stirred with cautious activity. Teams formed, alliances tentatively forged. The once fractured factions began to listen, driven by the undeniable truth encoded in the stars' silence. Elara found herself at the heart of it all, no longer just the solitary astronomer, but a beacon for a community hanging in the balance. The transmission had given them a way forward, but the path was fraught with peril and uncertainty. In a rare moment of quiet, Elara reached out to her sister Naomi, the rift between them softened by the shared urgency. "We're not alone," she said simply. "Not anymore." Naomi's voice, distant but steady, replied, "Then maybe there's hope yet." The colony's future now hinged on the choices made in these fragile moments: to embrace the transmission's message, to unite against the unknown, and to find light after silence. As dawn crept over the horizon of their distant world, a new chapter began, fraught with risk but illuminated by the resilient spirit of those who dared to listen. But even as hope blossomed, shadows lingered. Councillor Rykov's forces moved quietly, plotting to seize control before the colony could rally. The decoded transmission was both a gift and a challenge, a test of courage, trust, and the will to survive beyond the cosmic blackout. Elara stared out at the stars once more, the weight of the message pressing on her soul. The silence was no longer empty. It spoke of danger, but also of connection, of a universe that still reached out to them, waiting for their answer. "We will answer," she vowed, voice steady despite the tremor in her heart. Together. And with that, the colony took its first steps toward rediscovery. The transmissions signal a fragile thread weaving them back from isolation into a future, uncertain but alive with possibility. The starship's engines hummed softly as it descended through the thin atmosphere of the colony planet, its sleek frame slicing through the dusty twilight. Below, clusters of settlers, their faces etched with worry and weariness, gathered near the landing platform. Whispers carried on the dry wind, some hopeful, others skeptical, as the ship's shadow stretched long across the cracked concrete and rusted metal of the once bustling colony hub. Dr. Elara Voss stood at the ship's ramp. Her hands steady though, her heart pounded beneath the weight of what they carried, more than data, more than signals. It was a lifeline to the future itself. Behind her, the team disembarked. Mira Solin, whose optimism had been a beacon through the darkest days. Captain Soren Hale, vigilant and wary. Linway, calm as ever, clutching her datapads. And Jox Wren, whose rugged exterior belied the sharp mind that had uncovered vital clues in the colony's shadowed underworld. The crowd parted as they approached the council chambers, a fortress of cold steel and reinforced glass, a symbol of authority shadowed by suspicion. Inside, the air was thick with tension. Faction leaders sat in rigid rows, their expressions ranging from guarded interest to outright hostility. At the head of the chamber, Councillor Thane Rykov's cold eyes fixed on Elara with a mixture of disdain and calculation. Elara stepped forward, voice steady, as she began to unfold the transmission's secrets. Patterns once dismissed as cosmic noise now revealed a structured message, fragments of warnings, coordinates, and a plea for survival beyond the blackout that had severed their link to Earth. The room's atmosphere shifted, a charged hum of disbelief and dawning realization. "This changes everything," Elara said, meeting skeptical gazers with quiet resolve. "Our isolation is not abandonment. It is a consequence of a cosmic event that affects more than just us. The transmission offers us a path forward if we choose to take it." Murmurs rippled through the chamber. Mira stepped beside Elara, her voice firm. "We cannot afford to fracture further. This message is a chance, perhaps the only one, to unify and survive." Councillor Rykov's voice cut through the moment like a blade, or it is a threat disguised as hope. "We cannot gamble the colony's stability on uncertain signals and untested theories." Debate flared, faction lines drawn sharp and clear. Yet beneath the discord, a seed of change had been planted. Small nods of agreement, tentative questions, and the subtle shifting of alliances hinted at a fragile new beginning. Later, in the quiet of the central plaza, Elara and Mira walked side by side. The hum of distant machinery and the soft murmur of settlers settling into evening lent a fragile peace to their conversation. "Do you think they'll listen?" Myra asked, eyes searching the horizon. "They must," Elara replied. "Because if we don't act, if we cling to fear, we'll lose not just our future, but ourselves." As shadows lengthened elsewhere, the council chambers remained a crucible of power. Rykov's loyalists whispered among themselves, eyes narrowed, plotting resistance. The balance teetered precariously between hope and upheaval. This was the threshold where old fears faced new truths, and the colony's fate hung in the balance. Would they embrace the transmission's promise and forge a path through the darkness? Or would suspicion and division plunge them deeper into silence? Elara's gaze lifted toward the stars, those distant pinpricks of light that had always held her dreams. Now, more than ever, they beckoned with a promise. Despite the silence, connection endured, waiting for those brave enough to reach out and grasp it. The council chamber was suffused with a heavy silence, broken only by the quiet shuffle of feet and the occasional clearing of a throat. The circular table, scarred and worn from years of debate and disagreement, was surrounded by the colony's most powerful and contentious figures. Elara Voss stood just beyond the circle, her hands folded calmly in front of her. The dim light cast long shadows across the faces of the faction leaders, each marked by fatigue, suspicion, and the weight of recent strife. Councillor Thane Rykov, his imposing frame silhouetted against the stark walls, sat rigidly at the head of the table. His sharp gaze flicked with barely concealed disdain as he glanced at Elara, the scientist who had appended his carefully maintained order with her cryptic transmission and unrelenting insistence on truth. The murmurs of dissent had begun to swell as the meeting started, but Elara raised a hand, her voice cutting through the tension with a clarity that demanded attention. "We stand at a crossroads," she began, her eyes sweeping the room, meeting the wary gazes of every leader. "The transmission we have uncovered is not a threat from within, but a warning from the stars. We cannot afford to fracture further. If we do, we risk losing everything." Myra Solon, seated to Elara's left, nodded encouragingly. Her presence was a bomb to the room, a reminder of the cooperative faction that had long advocated for unity despite overwhelming odds. Myra's optimism was infectious, her bright eyes shining with pragmatic hope as she added, "We must find common ground. Our survival depends on it." Captain Soren Hale, standing slightly apart with his arms crossed, weighed Illyra's words carefully. His loyalty to the colony's security was unwavering, yet he recognized the necessity of this fragile alliance. "We can no longer view each other as enemies," he admitted, voice low but resolute. "The threat is greater than any factional dispute." Councillor Rykov's lips pressed into a thin line, the battle between his ambition and the colony's needs playing out silently across his expression. After a long moment, he spoke, voice cold but measured. "This truce is temporary. Order must be restored, and that means control. But for now, we will listen." The room exhaled collectively, the tension easing just enough to allow a tentative consensus to form. Outside the chamber, Mira moved through the gathered colonists, her presence a steadying force amid swirling fears. The colony's fractured society looked to her and Elara as beacons of hope, their alliance a fragile thread woven through the fabric of uncertainty. Her whispered reassurances and firm resolve helped quell the rising panic, reminding all that cooperation was the only path forward. In the security briefing room, Elara and Captain Hale stood side by side, poring over maps illuminated by flickering halo screens. The transmission's decoded data revealed coordinates and instructions that could alter the colony's fate. Their collaboration was tentative but growing in trust, bridging the gap between military pragmatism and scientific inquiry. Each shared discovery reinforced the possibility of survival and the hope of rekindling lost connections. Meanwhile, in the solitude of his quarters, Councillor Rykov stared out at the colony beneath the twin moons. The vast silence of space seemed to echo his internal conflict. The fragile truce weighed heavily on him, a reminder that control was slipping through his fingers. Yet beneath his cold exterior, a reluctant acceptance stirred. The colony needed unity, even if it meant sharing power. As the meeting adjourned, Elara lingered, gazing out at the colony skyline. The fragile truce was but a first step, a delicate balance of trust and necessity. She knew the road ahead would be perilous, fraught with challenges both political and cosmic. But, for the first time in many cycles, a pulse of hope stirred within her, hope that even in silence, connection might endure. The colony had taken its first tentative step toward survival and rediscovery. The stars were still distant and quiet, but in the hearts of those who remained, a fragile light flickered stubbornly on, and somewhere, beyond the cosmic void, the transmission waited to be fully understood. Elara's voice, steady and unwavering, would be the beacon to guide them through the darkness. But the question remained, could the fragile truce hold long enough to confront the unknown? The silence had been broken, but the true journey was only beginning. Councillor Thane Rykov sat alone in the shadowed recesses of the council chamber, the low hum of the colony's power grid barely penetrating the thick walls. His sharp gaze flicked over the array of datapads before him, fragmented reports, intercepted communiques, and coded messages from loyalists scattered throughout the colony. The metallic clink of a pad snapping shut echoed in the silence as he leaned forward, fingers steepled with cold intent. The fragile alliance among factions, sparked by the transmission's revelations, was a threat to his hold on power. He would not allow it to endure. Outside, the colony was restless. The uneasy peace brokered after the decoding of the cosmic transmission had begun to fray. Rykov's loyalists whispered in shadowed corners, sowing seeds of mistrust and stoking old grievances. Rumors of sabotage and betrayal spread like wildfire through the narrow corridors and cramped living quarters. Rykov's voice, measured, authoritative, was a bomb for those fearful of change, a clarion call to those who still valued order above all else. In the central plaza, beneath the pale glow of artificial lights and the ever-watchful stars beyond the colony dome, Dr. Elara Voss stood before a gathering of settlers. Her dark hair was pulled back tightly, eyes sharp and steady, reflecting the resolve burning within her. The murmuring crowd hushed as she began to speak, her voice cutting through the tension. "We are at a crossroads," Elara said, her tone calm yet urgent. "The message we uncovered is more than a warning. It is an opportunity. To survive, to rebuild, we must stand together. Division will only hasten our downfall." Her words hung in the air, met with a mixture of hope and skepticism. Some faces brightened with the promise of unity, others narrowed with suspicion. The scars of factional conflict were still raw, and the shadow of Rykov's influence loomed large. Meanwhile, in the narrow corridors that threaded through the colony's core, Mira Solon conferred quietly with Captain Soren Hale. Mira's bright eyes were steady despite the weight of responsibility pressing on her shoulders. Hale's broad frame and stern expression conveyed both skepticism and a grudging respect for the fragile alliance they now defended. "We have to move quickly," Mira whispered, voice low but firm. "Rykov's reach is deeper than we anticipated. We need to secure key supply points and communicate openly with the factions willing to cooperate." Hale nodded grimly. "Security forces are stretched thin. We'll need volunteers, people who believe in more than just survival, people willing to fight for something better." Their whispered strategizing was underscored by the distant rumble of faction clashes, sharp shouts, the crack of makeshift weapons, the uneasy trample of hurried footsteps. The colony's fragile peace was unraveling, thread by thread. As dusk settled, a sudden, violent explosion shattered the uneasy calm. Flames erupted from a supply depot near the residential sectors, casting flickering shadows that danced across the anxious faces of bystanders. The acrid scent of smoke filled the air, mingling with the rising cries of alarm and confusion. Rykov's message was clear. The seeds of rebellion had been sown, and the colony's fragile social order teetered on the brink of collapse. In the flame's glow, Elara's resolve hardened. She would not allow fear and division to consume them. The path ahead would be perilous, but hope, fragile, flickering, still burned. Back in his hidden chamber, Rykov allowed himself a thin, tight smile. The pieces were moving as he intended. The colony would fracture, and from the chaos, he would rise again, stronger, unchallenged. but he underestimated the resilience of those who dared to dream beyond the silence. Elara, Myra, and Captain Hale gathered their allies, ready to face the storm. The coming days would demand sacrifices, courage, and unwavering trust. The battle for the colony's soul was just beginning, and amidst the looming darkness, a single, unyielding truth remained. Even in the depths of rebellion, the human spirit could not be silenced. The colony held its breath, teetering on the edge, waiting to see if unity could overcome the seeds of rebellion, or if the silence would shatter into chaos once more. "We stand together," Elara said quietly to Myra as they prepared for the coming confrontation. "Because if we don't, there will be nothing left to save." The night stretched on, heavy with uncertainty, but the first faint threads of dawn shimmered on the horizon, fragile yet undeniable. The fight was far from over. The low hum of the colony's aging power grid mingled with the soft flicker of holographic stars suspended in the strategy room. Dr. Elara Voss stood at the center, her sharp eyes scanning the intricate constellation of points and lines glowing before her. The new map, painstakingly constructed from the decoded transmission, pulsed quietly with promise and peril. A thin bead of sweat traced down her temple despite the cool, recycled air, a testament to the mounting weight of responsibility resting on her shoulders. Around her, the core team gathered, each member reflecting the gravity of the moment in their posture and expressions. Myra Solon, ever the pragmatist with a spark of unyielding optimism, stood beside Elara, fingers interlaced as she absorbed the details. Captain Soren Hale, his military bearing tempered by recent alliances, scrutinized the data with a mixture of skepticism and resolve. Jox Wren lingered near the back, arms folded, his weather-beaten face shadowed by the faint light, but betraying a flicker of hope. Elara's voice broke the charged silence. "This is what we have. The coordinates point beyond our known sectors, a location where the transmission source may still be active. It's our best chance at understanding the blackout and possibly re-establishing contact." She gestured at the holographic map, zooming in on a cluster of stars and dark voids. "We don't know what awaits us there. It could be another outpost, a distress beacon, or something entirely new. But we can't afford to ignore it." Mira stepped forward, her voice steady despite the tension. "We'll need support from every faction. Resources, personnel, security. This mission is more than exploration. It's a statement that we're united in purpose." Captain Hale's gaze hardened, "And yet we face resistance. Rykov won't sanction this. He sees it as a threat to his control." Jox's voice cut in, low and gravelly. "I've been tracking underground chatter. Rykov's loyalists are already mobilizing. We'll need to move quickly and quietly." The room shifted as the harsh reality settled in. The mission was a gamble, not just against the unknowns of space, but against the fractures within their own colony. Later that day, Mira found herself in the council chamber, surrounded by faction leaders whose faces bore the scars of suspicion and desperation. The neon glow of malfunctioning overhead lights cast long shadows, mirroring the divisions that threatened to tear them apart. "Listen," Mira implored, her voice cutting through the murmurs. "We've lost contact with Earth. We're isolated, yes, but this transmission offers a path forward, not just for a few, but for all of us. Cooperation is our only chance to survive." Arguments flared, voices rising, but Myra's calm persistence began to weave threads of tentative agreement. The fragile trust she nurtured was a beacon amid the gathering storm. Meanwhile, in the hangar bay, Captain Hale paced alongside the transport vessel destined for the mission. Its sleek, utilitarian frame gleamed under harsh lights, a stark contrast to the worn machinery surrounding it. The hiss of hydraulics and clang of metal echoed like a heartbeat in the cavernous space. "This ship will get us there," Hale muttered to himself, running a gloved hand along the hull. "If we can hold it together long enough." Jox Wren appeared from the shadows, his quick smile fleeting. "Got some routes mapped out that'll help us avoid detection. Rykov's men won't see us coming." Their alliance, born of necessity rather than trust, was a microcosm of the larger coalition forming around Elara's mission. Back in the strategy room, Elara worked late into the night, her mind a storm of calculations and contingencies. The transmission's message, once a distant puzzle, now shaped the course of her world. Her fingers danced over the controls, adjusting parameters, plotting trajectories. A soft chime alerted her to a new data stream. A fragment of the transmission, previously undiscovered, flickering like a distant star. Her breath caught. Could this be a sign? A reassurance from the cosmos that their quest was not in vain? As dawn crept over the horizon of the colony planet, casting muted light through stained glass panels, Elara allowed herself a moment of quiet hope. The new map was more than coordinates and codes. It was a symbol of their resilience, a fragile bridge across the void of silence. But the journey ahead was fraught with danger. The fractures within the colony threatened to shatter the fragile alliance before it could even begin. And lurking in the shadows, Councillor Rykov prepared his countermove, determined to maintain his grip on power at any cost. Elara's eyes met mirrors across the room, a silent understanding passing between them. This was more than a mission. It was a turning point, a chance to redefine their fate. With a steadying breath, Elara turned back to the map. The stars awaited, silent and eternal. But now, for the first time in a long while, they whispered of possibility. The colony's fragile hope was about to be tested. The command center buzzed softly with activity as Elara Voss stood before the sprawling holographic map projected in midair. The cool blue light illuminated her face, shadows dancing beneath her sharp eyes as she traced the paths her team would take beyond the colony's borders. Myra Solon paced nearby, her bright eyes flickering with a mixture of excitement and cautious optimism, while Captain Soren Hale leaned against a console, arms crossed, his stern gaze fixed on the map. "We'll need to coordinate closely," Elara said, her voice steady but carrying the weight of responsibility. "The terrain beyond the settlement is unforgiving. Environmental hazards, remnants of old outposts, we have to be prepared for anything." Myra nodded, her athletic frame taut with resolve. "Our people have survived worse. This mission could be the turning point we desperately need." Captain Hale's voice broke the momentary silence. "Security details are in place, but we all know the real threat isn't just the environment. We have factions here still wary of each other. We'll need to keep tensions low." Elara glanced at him, appreciating his pragmatism. "That's why we're moving forward together. No more fractures, only cooperation." Across the colony, in a dimly lit workshop, cluttered with old equipment and patched communications gear, Jox Wren worked quietly. His weather-beaten face was etched with lines of hardship, but his eyes held a glimmer of something softer tonight. He slid a worn datapad across the table to Elara when she arrived. "These are the routes we've been using to move goods and messages under the radar," he explained, voice low. "If we're going to get this mission off the ground, you'll need access to these channels." Elara took the datapad, fingers brushing his briefly. "Thank you, Jox. This could make all the difference." He shrugged, a hint of a reluctant smile tugging at his lips. "Don't thank me yet. Just don't get caught." Later that evening, in the quiet sanctuary of her modest quarters, Elara sat across from her sister Naomi. The tension that had accumulated over weeks of Elara's obsession with the transmission softened in the intimate space between them. Naomi's expressive eyes searched Elara's face. "You've been so distant," Naomi said gently. "I'm worried about you and about us." Elara's gaze dropped before she met her sister's again. "I know, I've been consumed by this. But it's not just about the signal. It's about hope, something to hold on to when everything else is falling apart." Naomi reached out, taking Elara's hand. "We need each other. Don't lose sight of that." Outside, in the grand hall where factions had gathered, the atmosphere was charged with tension. Representatives from opposing groups exchanged wary glances, their voices rising in heated debate. Yet beneath the clamor, a shift was palpable. Arguments gave way to tentative proposals, and grudging respect began to bridge old divides. Mira stood at the center, her voice calm but resolute. "This colony's survival depends on unity. The transmission offers us a chance not just to understand what's happened, but to build something new together." Councillor Thane Rykov's sharp gaze scanned the assembly, his imposing figure a reminder of the power struggles still simmering beneath the surface. Yet even he nodded slowly, the cold calculation in his eyes acknowledging the necessity of compromise. As the session drew to a close, Elara felt a surge of cautious hope. The lines of light projected around her seemed less like isolated points and more like threads weaving the colony's fractured society into a fragile tapestry of cooperation. The mission ahead was fraught with uncertainty and danger, but for the first time in a long while, the future felt within reach. She caught Mira's eye and smiled, a small, genuine expression that spoke of trust and shared purpose. Captain Hale approached, his usual stoicism softened by a rare warmth. "We'll need every ounce of strength and unity," he said quietly. "This mission will test us all." Elara nodded, feeling the weight of his words, but also the steady pulse of determination in her own heart. "Then let's make sure we're ready, for the colony, for each other, for whatever lies beyond the silence." As the night deepened, the colony stirred with preparation and whispered hopes. Lines of light crisscrossed the holographic map, paths charted with precision and care. Each line was a promiser, fragile bond born of resilience, cooperation, and the unyielding human spirit that refused to fade, even when the stars themselves seemed to go silent. The journey was just beginning. The dawn crept through the tall windows of the command center, casting long, soft shadows across the faces gathered within. Elara stood near the edge of the room, watching as technicians finalized the equipment checks. The hum of machinery blended with quiet conversations, plans exchanged, last-minute instructions given, nerves tempered with resolve. Myra approached, her presence steady and reassuring. "You're ready for this," she said simply. Elara smiled, a flicker of warmth breaking through her usual calm. "Ready enough." Captain Hale joined them, his gaze sweeping over the team assembled. "We'll move out in an hour. Stay sharp, trust each other." Elara's eyes met Myra's and then Hale's. In that moment, the weight of leadership settled fully on her shoulders, but it was tempered by the knowledge that she was not alone. The colony had fractured, faltered, and now, despite the shadows of fear and past betrayals, it was coming together. The lines of light, both literal and metaphorical, were drawing them toward a future uncertain but alive with possibility. And as the first rays of sunlight spilled across the rocky horizon, Elara took a deep breath and stepped forward into the dawn of a new chapter. The glow of the holographic map faded as preparations moved to the landing bay. Vehicles and equipment gleamed under harsh artificial lights, their surfaces marked with the scars of past struggles, but polished with care. Voices rose in coordination and encouragement, the sounds of a community rallying around a shared mission. Jox Wren appeared at Elara's side, his rugged features softened by a rare smile. "Looks like we've got a real chance," he said, nodding toward the assembled crew. Elara met his gaze, the unspoken acknowledgement between them, a fragile but vital trust. "We do. Let's not waste it." The air was thick with anticipation, the weight of what was to come pressing down even as hope lifted hearts higher. The mission would test everything: their strength, their unity, their very will to survive. But in this moment, beneath the pale light of a distant sun, the colony stood ready to face the silence together. The lines of light had been drawn. Now it was time to follow them. The final scene unfolded as Elara lingered near the edge of the landing bay, watching the vehicles begin to move, their engines humming a low, steady rhythm against the backdrop of the waking colony. Naomi approached quietly, her presence a balm to Elara's restless spirit. "Be careful," Naomi whispered, her voice trembling with the weight of unspoken fears. Elara reached out, taking her sister's hand in a rare gesture of vulnerability. "I will, and I'll come back." A moment passed between them, filled with a fragile hope that had become their lifeline. As the convoy disappeared into the rising sun, Elara turned back toward the colony, heart pounding with a mixture of dread and determination. The journey ahead was uncertain, but the bonds forged in these lines of light would carry them through the darkness. The silence was no longer empty. It was filled with the promise of rediscovery, connection, and the enduring strength of the human spirit. The mission had begun. The ship's engines thrummed steadily beneath her feet, a subtle vibration that Elara Voss found oddly comforting as the vessel pierced the upper atmosphere of their colony planet. Outside the viewport, the sky faded from the familiar cobalt blue to the deep indigo of space, stars blossoming into sharp points of light against the velvety darkness. For a brief moment, the endless cosmos seemed to cradle them in silence, a vastness both beautiful and indifferent. Elara stood at the command console, her sharp eyes scanning the readouts as the ship crossed the atmospheric boundary. Around her, the rest of the crew moved with quiet purpose, Myra Solon adjusting a control panel with practiced efficiency, Captain Soren Hale monitoring security feeds with a wary gaze, and Jox Wren leaning against the bulkhead, arms crossed, his weather-beaten face tight with concentration. The mission was underway. Months of planning, political wrangling, and personal sacrifice had culminated in this moment. They were no longer anchored to the colony's fractured politics and dwindling resources. They were explorers stepping into the unknown, chasing the faint promise encoded in the cosmic silence. "All systems nominal," reported Linway from the communications station, her fingers dancing over the console as she searched for any faint echoes of the transmission beyond the known frequencies. Elara nodded, though a knot of anxiety tightened in her chest. The transmission's coordinates had led them here, to the outer reaches of their planetary system, but what awaited was a mystery. The cosmic blackout that had severed their link with Earth was not just a local failure, which was a phenomenon of staggering scale and complexity. "Steady as she goes," Mira murmured, her voice carrying a note of optimism that Elara desperately wanted to share. "We've come too far to turn back now." But the mission was more than a simple journey through space. It was a crucible testing the fragile alliances forged in the colony's turmoil. Within the cramped quarters of the ship, tensions simmered beneath the surface. The lingering mistrust between factions had not vanished with their departure. It had simply followed them into the void. During a meeting in the control room, voices rose in discord. Captain Hale argued for a conservative approach, emphasizing security and the need for caution. Jox, Wren, ever pragmatic, pushed for a faster pace, citing the dwindling supplies and the urgency of their mission. Mira sought to mediate, her tone calm but firm. "We can't afford to fracture now," she said, eyes meeting each crew member in turn. "Our survival depends on unity." Elara watched the exchange, feeling the weight of leadership pressing down on her. She knew that beyond the cosmic dangers, the greatest threat might be the divisions within their own ranks. Later, as the ship cruised through the star-speckled darkness, Elara found herself stepping onto the airlock deck. The barren surface of a distant outpost loomed before her, its skeletal remains whispering tales of forgotten hope and failed attempts at survival. The alien wind was cold and biting, carrying the silence of a world abandoned. Here, in this desolation, Elara felt the profound solitude that had defined the colony's existence since the loss of Earth contact. Yet, in that solitude, she also sensed a spark of fragile ember of resilience. But the journey was far from smooth. A sudden cosmic storm erupted without warning, battering their ship with violent electromagnetic waves. The lights flickered, alarms shrieked, and the vessel shuddered under the assault. In the chaos, the crew sprang into action. Captain Hale barked orders, Mira coordinated damage control teams, and Jox worked feverishly to reroute power. Elara's voice cut through the din, steady and resolute. "Focus on stabilization. We survive this together." The storm was relentless, but the crew's cooperation held firm. The shared struggle forged bonds that had been mere threads before, knitting them into a cohesive unit capable of facing whatever lay beyond. As the storm passed, the ship emerged, battered but intact. The cosmic silence resumed, punctuated now by the renewed heartbeat of hope. Elara allowed herself a brief moment of reflection. They had crossed the divide knot, just the physical boundary of their planet's atmosphere. But the chasm of fear and isolation that had gripped their society. The path ahead was uncertain, fraught with danger and doubt, yet it was theirs to walk. "We're not alone out here," she whispered to herself, eyes fixed on the stars. Not anymore. And with that, the mission pressed onward, into the vast unknown, where silence held secrets yet to be uncovered and a future waiting to be reclaimed. The next hours passed in a tense rhythm of observation, calculation, and cautious exploration. Elara and her team worked tirelessly to interpret the data streaming from sensors and instruments, piecing together a picture of the cosmic phenomena that had silenced their world. Personal moments flickered amidst the technical focus. Myra's easy smile surfaced occasionally, a balm against the growing strain, while Captain Hale's stern demeanor softened in private conversations with Elara, revealing a man grappling with the burden of responsibility. Jox's stories of underground networks and smuggling routes lent a gritty realism to their mission, grounding their lofty hopes in the harsh truths of survival. Despite their differences, the crew was finding its rhythm, a delicate dance of trust and cooperation that might just carry them through the darkness. But the cosmic storm was a stark reminder that the universe was indifferent to their struggles, a vast expanse where survival was never guaranteed. As the ship sailed deeper into the void, Elara's thoughts returned to the transmission, the encoded message that had set them on this path. It spoke of warning and hope, of survival amid catastrophe. The truth behind the cosmic blackout was close, tantalizingly within reach, but it would demand courage and sacrifice. The divide they had crossed was more than spatial, it was a threshold of understanding, a passage from isolation to connection, from despair to possibility. And as the stars wheeled overhead, silent sentinels in the endless night, Elara vowed to lead her people through whatever darkness lay ahead, toward the light of rediscovery. The journey had truly begun. The cold settled over the landscape like a shroud as Elara Voss led the expedition deeper into the uncharted frontier beyond the colony's established perimeter. The sky above was a bruised canvas of twilight purples and deepening blues. The stars obscured by the thickening clouds that crept low over the jagged hills. Each breath came out in icy puffs, mingling with the crisp scent of alien pine and frost-hardened earth. Ahead, through the veil of mist, the ruins of what had once been a human outpost emerged, silent and spectral. The structures were skeletal now, metal frameworks twisted and corroded, their surfaces etched with the scars of time and neglect. Elara's sharp eyes scanned the scene, noting the faint remnants of solar arrays and communication antennas that stood like broken sentinels against the dim light. Her heart tightened with a mixture of awe and melancholy. This was a forgotten frontier, a testament to human ambition and fragility in the face of cosmic silence. "Look at this," Mira Solon said softly, her voice barely above a whisper as she stepped cautiously over scattered debris. Her bright eyes reflected the faint glow of emergency light still flickering from within the outpost's central building. "It's like stepping into a ghost story." Captain Soren Hale moved to the front, his stance protective and alert. The security chief's gaze swept the horizon, fingers resting lightly on the grip of his utility tool. "Keep your eyes open. We don't know what's waiting for us here." Inside the command center, the air smelled stale and cold, heavy with dust and the faint tints of burnt circuitry. The walls were lined with consoles, their screens cracked or blank, but here and there, a faint flicker of light struggled to hold on. One terminal emitted a low hum of static, as if trying to whisper secrets from a time long past. Elara approached, kneeling to examine the control panel. Her gloved fingers brushed over the faded inscriptions and warning symbols. "This COM device, it was still trying to send out a signal," she said, voice steady but tinged with sadness. "Whatever happened here, they were fighting to stay connected." Jox Wren, ever the pragmatist, despite his weather-beaten face, crouched near a shattered console. His wrist screen cast a pale light as he sifted through the digital ruins. "Found something," he murmured, eyes narrowing. "Coordinates and logs point to other outposts, lost like this one." The revelation rippled through the team. The blackout wasn't confined to their colony, it was a vast cosmic phenomenon that had severed multiple human footholds across the stars. The implications were staggering. Outside, Myra and Captain Hale stood beneath the bruised sky, the tension between them palpable. "We can't afford to hesitate," Myra urged, voice firm yet laced with concern. "If these outposts are lost, we need to find out why and fast." Hale's gaze was steady but cautious. "Agreed. But rushing in blindly could doom us all. We need a plan." Their breath mingled in the cold air, visible and fleeting. In that fragile moment of uneasy truce, the weight of their shared mission pressed upon them the fate of their colony. And perhaps all human survivors hinged on what they discovered next. As night deepened, Jox's fingers danced over his wrist screen, breaking through layers of encrypted data. The coordinates he uncovered hinted at settlements scattered like distant stars lost in the void. Hope flickered in the dim command center, a fragile flame against the encroaching darkness. Elara stood at the threshold of the outpost, the silence pressing in around her. The stars beyond remained hidden, but within the ruins, a new signal was stirring, a promise that even in the vast loneliness of space, humanity's reach was not yet broken. "We're not alone in this," she whispered to herself. The words a balm and a challenge, and we're not done yet. The expedition prepared to move forward, deeper into the silent frontier where answers awaited amid shadows and stars. The path ahead was uncertain, fraught with danger and discovery. But for Elara and her team, every step was a testament to resilience, a refusal to surrender to the cosmic silence. As they departed the outpost, the cold night air seemed to hum with possibility, and the faintest flicker of signal danced just beyond the horizon, beckoning them onward into the unknown. The communications lab was cloaked in the low hum of machinery and the soft flicker of screens, casting long shadows across walls lined with arrays of monitors and antenna controls. Elara Voss sat hunched over the main console, dark hair pulled back tightly, eyes sharp and unblinking as she traced the jagged line of static scrolling over the display. Beside her, Dr. Linway adjusted the delicate filters, fingers nimble and practiced, narrowing the bandwidth to isolate any meaningful pattern hidden in the cosmic white noise that blanketed the colony's fragile network. "Try lowering the threshold by another decibel," Elara murmured, her voice steady despite the pounding in her chest. "If there's anything out there, we'll find it." Lin nodded, lips pressed in concentration, then slid a slider down slowly. The static hissed and spat, then a faint series of beeps emerged, almost imperceptible against the background. Elara leaned closer, fingers poised to record every nuance. "There," Lin whispered, pointing to the screen. "Do you hear that? It's not random, it's a pattern." Jox Wren stood near the entrance, arms crossed, his weather-beaten face shadowed by the lab's dim light. His usual cynicism was tempered by a flicker of something new, cautious hope. "Heard something like that before," he said quietly. "Down in the old sector's black market, frequencies picked up faint chatter. Never lasted long. Maybe we're not alone after all." Captain Soren Hale remained just outside the door, his attention divided between the quiet lab and the restless murmurs of the colony beyond. His stance was rigid, muscles taut like a drawn bowstring. Trust was a fragile commodity in these times, but even he could feel the weight of this moment. Elira's fingers danced over the console, decoding lines of code and translating pulses into data. The signal was weak and intermittent, but it carried a rhythm, something artificial, deliberate. She exchanged a glance with Lin, who nodded with quiet excitement. "If this is what I think it is," Elara said, voice barely above a whisper, "it means there are others out there, survivors, or something else." Jox's eyes narrowed. "Or a trap. Could be anyone sending signals to lure us into the open." "We don't know," Elara admitted, "but we can't ignore it." The room fell into a tense silence, the only sound the steady beeping from the console as the signal repeated its coded message. Elara felt a surge of determination. The vast silence that had gripped the colony since Earth's disappearance was no longer absolute. Flickers of connection, however faint, were emerging from the void. Over the following hours, the team worked in relentless shifts, refining their filters and cross-referencing the signal with known patterns. Each breakthrough brought a wave of exhilaration, tempered by the knowledge that with hope came risk. The colony's factions, already on edge, would seize on this discovery to advance their own agendas. Yet for Elara, it was proof that the cosmic silence was not the end, it was a beginning. Outside, the colony's night deepened, stars glittering cold and distant. But inside the lab, a fragile thread of light wove through the darkness, binding fractured spirits with the promise of something beyond isolation. The journey was far from over, But for the first time in many cycles, Elara dared to believe that connection still endured. As dawn crept over the horizon, she whispered to herself, "We are not alone." And with that, the fragile hope of the colony was reborn. The signal pulsed again steady, persistent a beacon in the void that beckoned them forward. The cramped quarters of the mission's temporary base felt smaller with every passing hour. The recycled air pressed heavy with unspoken grievances and the weight of unresolved tensions. Elara Voss stood near the central console, her sharp eyes flicking from the flickering data feeds to the faces around her faces, taut with frustration and exhaustion. Mira Solan's voice cut through the low murmur of dissent, sharp and resolute. "Jocks, you can't keep withholding information. We need transparency if we're going to survive this." Her bright eyes, usually so full of optimism, now glinted with impatience. Jox Wren's rugged face twisted into a sneer, quick hands clenched tightly on the edge of his worn jacket. "You think I don't want to share? You don't know what's out there, the risks I take just to keep this group alive. I've seen what happens when you trust the wrong people." His tone was edged with bitterness, a product of the colony's collapse and his own disillusionment. Elara stepped forward, her voice calm but firm. "We don't have the luxury of fractures right now. Every piece of information, every resource counts. We're all here because we want the same thing: a chance to understand, to survive, and maybe to reconnect with Earth." The room grew silent, save for the mechanical hum of the equipment and the distant echoes of the planet's restless winds outside the sealed habitat. Captain Soren Hale, standing near the entrance, crossed his arms. His tall, sturdy frame cast a shadow that seemed to fill the room. "Elara's right," he said, his voice low and steady. "We can't afford mistrust. Not with what's coming." His keen eyes scanned the group, silently warning of the dangers lurking both outside and within. But even as he spoke, the undercurrent of doubt ran deep. The strain of the mission was wearing on all of them. Every long night spent parsing the enigmatic transmission, every failed attempt at decoding the signal, chipped away at their resolve. The isolation pressed down like a physical weight, and the silence from Earth was a constant reminder of their severance from everything familiar. Later, Elara found herself alone on the observation deck. The only source of light, a pale blue glow from distant instrumentation. Beyond the reinforced glass, the void stretched infinitely. Starless and silenter, vast emptiness that mirrored the turmoil inside her. The coldness of space seemed to seep through the glass, chilling her resolve. She traced the faint outlines of distant nebulae and ghostly cosmic clouds, searching for meaning in the darkness. The encoded transmission they had uncovered hinted at something monumental, a cosmic event that had silenced Earth and fractured the colony's fragile connection to their origin. Yet here, in this moment of quiet, Elara felt the weight of doubt creeping in. Was their mission doomed to fail? Could she truly hold together this fractured group of disparate souls, each carrying their own fears and agendas? A sudden flicker, then darkness. The power fluctuated unexpectedly, plunging the observation deck and the entire base into a heavy blackout. The hum of equipment ceased, replaced by the soft sounds of whispered fears and hurried footsteps. In the blackness, shadows seemed to writhe, feeding the anxiety that gripped their hearts. Myra's voice rang out, steady despite the panic. "Everyone, stay calm. We've trained for this. Systems will restore any moment now." The blackout lasted only a few seconds, but in that brief void, suspicion and fear ignited like dry tinder. Accusations flew in hushed tones. Was this sabotage? A sign of internal dissent? The fissures that Elara had worked so hard to mend threatened to splinter the fragile trust they had built. Captain Hale's firm voice cut through the murmurs. "No one acts alone here. We'll find the cause, but we must stay united." Elara gathered her strength, stepping to the center of the room. "This mission is bigger than any one of us. We face a cosmic silence that could swallow us whole if we falter. We need to stand together, trust each other, or we lose everything." Her words hung in the air, a fragile bridge over the widening chasm of uncertainty. The team looked to her, searching for the resolve she so quietly bore. Among them, the echoes of conflict still whispered, but beneath the surface, a flicker of shared purpose remained. The path ahead was uncertain, fraught with danger both external and internal. Yet Elara knew that if they could weather these storms, if they could mend the fractures within, they might just find a way through the silence, a way to bring light to the darkness. As the power hummed back to life and the screens flickered on, a renewed determination settled over the team. The mission was far from over, and the true test of their unity was yet to come. But in that fragile moment of reconciliation, hope flickered an ember amidst the void, urging them onward. Outside, the planet's winds whispered through the barren landscape, carrying with them the promise of change. And somewhere beyond the silent stars, the transmission awaited its final decoding, a message that could reshape their destiny forever. Elara turned back to the console, fingers poised over the controls. The echoes of conflict might never fully disappear, but neither would the human spirit's relentless quest for connection and understanding. The silence was vast, but not absolute. Somewhere in the void, a signal waited to be heard, and with it, the chance for a new beginning. Her journey was far from over, and as the night deepened, the colony held its breath, teetering on the edge of discovery and despair, bound together by fragile threads of trust and the unyielding hope that even in the darkest silence, light could be found. The command center was unusually quiet as the translucent screen flickered softly in the dim light, casting a pale glow on the faces of those gathered. Dr. Elara Voss stood before the assembly, her hands steady despite the weight of the moment. The swirling patterns of the cosmic blackout, decoded from the cryptic transmissions she and her team had painstakingly analyzed, pulsed faintly behind her, a ghostly map of the silent void that had severed the colony from Earth. "This is not just random noise," Elara began, her voice calm but resolute. "The blackout is the result of a massive cosmic phenomenon, a wave of interference spreading through this sector of space. It's not abandonment or failure on Earth's part, it's something far beyond our previous understanding." Murmurs rippled through the room, faces hardened as the implications settled in. For months, fear and suspicion had poisoned their community. Now, Elara was offering a glimpse of hope, but only if they could bridge the chasms between their factions. Councillor Thane Rykov rose, his tall frame imposing in the shadowed room. His eyes, cold and calculating, locked onto Elara. "And what do you propose, Dr. Voss? That we gamble the colony's fragile resources on a theory? That we risk everything on a plan that demands trust from those who have none to give?" Elara met his gaze without flinching. "Yes, because doing nothing guarantees collapse. This blackout threatens us all, but it also offers a path forward. The transmission contains coordinates and instructions. If we act together, we can re-establish some form of contact, or at least understand the threat." Mira Solon stepped forward, her bright eyes shining with a fierce optimism that had rallied many in recent months. "We can't afford to let fear dictate our future. Cooperation is our only chance. We've seen what factionalism brings: starvation, violence, and despair. This plan offers a way out, but only if we unite. The room fell into a heavy silence, the tension palpable. Captain Soren Hale, standing rigid near the back, finally spoke, his voice gravelly but steady. The security forces have seen the worst of our divisions. If this plan can hold factions together long enough to save the colony, I'm with it. But we must be vigilant. There are those who will try to sabotage this effort. Elara nodded, agreed. We need full transparency and collaboration. Jox Wren has been invaluable in uncovering hidden faction movements and underground networks. His intelligence will help us anticipate opposition. Jox, seated near the edge of the room, gave a curt nod. There are those who cling to the old order, refusing to accept change. But they won't stop us if we stay ahead. Linway adjusted her glasses, stepping forward with fresh data. Our latest analysis confirms the transmission's instructions are viable. The technology and signals needed exist within our reach, but it will require precise coordination and sacrifice. Elara took a breath, feeling the gravity of the moment settle around her. This isn't just about survival, it's about reclaiming our place in the universe. But it will demand trust, sacrifice, and a willingness to let go of old fears. Councillor Rykov's expression hardened once more, but the room's mood had shifted. The fragile truce was in motion, and though resistance remained, the tide was turning. Later, beneath the twin moons that bathed the colony in silver light, Elara and Captain Hale stood overlooking the settlement. The colony's scattered lights twinkled like stars fallen to the alien soil, a fragile constellation of humanity's hope. "Do you really think they'll trust us?" Hale asked quietly. Elara's sharp eyes scanned the horizon. "They have to. If we fail, this place will fall into darkness forever." He nodded slowly. "Then we'd better be ready." In the following days, Jox shared urgent intelligence from the colony's underbelly, rumors of dissent, hidden caches of weapons, and factions ready to ignite conflict at the slightest provocation. Linway's signal analysis provided the timeline and parameters for the upcoming mission. Every step forward was a delicate dance between hope and peril. The colony's future hinged on fragile alliances and the willingness of its people to embrace a new path in the face of cosmic silence. As the chapter closed, Elara stood once more before the assembly, her voice steady, eyes bright with determination. "The turning tide is upon us. Together, we can rise from the silence. But the choice is ours: trust and sacrifice, or collapse and oblivion." The room held its breath, the weight of their shared future pressing down like the vast, silent stars beyond. The journey ahead promised danger and uncertainty, but also the faintest glimmer of light piercing the darkness. And in that silence, hope stirred. The atmosphere inside the mission's control room was thick with tension. The low hum of machinery underscored by the sharp, insistent alarm that now pierced the silence. Sparks leaped from the main power conduit, painting the walls with erratic flashes of orange and blue. While the crew's faces, their eyes wide, muscles taut, reflected the dance of light and shadow. Elara Voss stood at the center, her breath steady despite the storm of panic threatening to unravel the fragile calm. "We're losing power in the primary systems," Linway reported, fingers flying over the console as she attempted to reroute energy. "If we don't stabilize the conduit, the entire mission grid could collapse." Mira Solon tightened her jaw, her bright eyes darkening with concern. "What's the timeline?" "Minutes, maybe less," came the grim reply. Captain Soren Hale moved with precision, issuing commands to secure critical systems and prepare for possible evacuation. His normally stoic expression betrayed a flicker of unease. Elara's mind raced, weighing options, risks, and the unbearable cost of failure. The mission had already stretched the limits of their endurance and faith. Now, with their survival hanging by a thread, every decision carried the weight of the colony's future. "Is there a way to isolate the fault?" she asked. "We can try a manual override," Lynn said, "but it means sending someone to the junction box out there in the field." A murmur rippled through the room. The outside terrain was unforgiving, and the malfunction zone was volatile. The prospect was perilous. Elara's gaze swept over her team. Jox Wren's rugged face was etched with grim resolve. Mira's pragmatic optimism battled with her protective instincts. Soren's disciplined demeanor masked the fear beneath. "I'll go," Elara said quietly, but with unmistakable authority. "No, it's too dangerous," Myra protested, stepping forward. Elara shook her head. "If we don't act now, the mission fails. Not just the mission, we lose the chance to change everything for the colony." The room fell silent, the weight of her words settling like a tangible force. The cost was clear, the stakes impossibly high. Later, as she prepared her gear beneath the alien sky, the cold air bit at her skin. She pulled her jacket tighter, her breath forming clouds in the stillness. Above, the stars glimmered distant, indifferent witnesses to their plight. For a moment, Elara allowed herself a private reflection, recalling the stories of Earth's lost light. The dreams her parents had carried across the void, and the fragile hope now entrusted to her. The mission team gathered in the cramped shelter while Elara ventured out, their voices low but urgent as they spoke. The emergency lights flickered, casting uncertain glows on faces drawn tight with anxiety and determination. Jox shared intelligence about hidden pockets of instability in the terrain, guiding Elara's path remotely. Captain Hale coordinated security measures, ensuring no threats from hostile factions or environmental hazards could jeopardize the operation. Suddenly, a deafening explosion shattered the fragile calm. Dust and debris stormed the air, throwing the team into frantic action. The ground trembled beneath their feet, a visceral reminder of how precarious their existence was. Ilara's voice crackled over the comms. "I'm fine. The override is almost complete. Just a few more moments." Back inside, Mira clenched her fists, eyes fixed on the screen showing Ilira's progress. "Come on, Elara, we need you." Minutes stretched into an eternity before the system stabilized. The alarms ceased, replaced by the steady hum of restored power. Relief washed over the team, tempered by exhaustion and the sobering realization of the toll exacted. Elara returned, dirt smudged on her face, clothes torn but spirit unbroken. The team rallied around her, their bond forged stronger in the crucible of crisis. In the aftermath, the mission's direction shifted. Elara's leadership was no longer questioned but embraced, her sacrifice a beacon of hope. Yet, beneath the triumph lingered the knowledge that every victory came at a price. Hope was precious, but fragile. As the colony awaited news from their emissaries and began to prepare for the uncertain path ahead, Elara stood once more beneath the stars, her thoughts a tangled web of fear, resolve, and the unyielding human spirit that refused to be silenced. This was their crucible. The price of hope was steep, but it was the cost they were willing to pay. The night stretched on, silent save for the whispered promises of the cosmos. And in that silence, Elara found a quiet strength, signal beyond any transmission, a connection that transcended the void. The air in the colony had thickened, heavy with the weight of impending violence. Councillor Thane Rykov stood before his gathered followers, the underground bunker's low ceiling pressing down like the burden of his ambition. Flickering fluorescent lights cast jagged shadows across grim faces, eyes burning with a mix of fanatic loyalty and raw fear. His voice carved through the stale air, steady and cold, weaving a narrative of survival that demanded absolute control. "This colony stands at the precipice," he declared, his tone ironclad. "Only through strength and order can we weather the chaos that threatens to consume us. Those who oppose us wish to see us fall into ruin. We will not let that happen." The crowd responded with murmurs that swelled into fervent assent, their determination crystallizing into a force that would soon erupt. Meanwhile, in the heart of the colony, Mira Solon moved through the marketplace with purposeful strides. The once vibrant square now bore scars of neglect and fear. Stalls stood abandoned or hastily barricaded. The scent of smoke lingered faintly in the air. Yet Myra's presence was a beacon amid the darkness. She spoke passionately to the gathering crowd, her voice steady despite the palpable anxiety. "We are stronger together," she urged, eyes scanning the faces of wary settlers. "This rebellion threatens us all. But if we stand united, if we choose cooperation over division, we can survive this. We must not lose hope." Her words were met with a mixture of relief and skepticism. The fractures within the colony had run deep, but in this moment, a fragile thread of trust began to weave between the factions. Yet, beneath the surface, tension simmered, ready to ignite at the slightest provocation. Elsewhere, Captain Soren Hale marshaled the colony's security forces. The corridors were tight, the emergency lights flickering intermittently, casting a ghastly pallor on the worn metal walls. The sound of boots clattered sharply, punctuated by whispered orders and the distant echo of raised voices. Hale's jaw was clenched, every muscle taut as he coordinated the deployment of his personnel to key points throughout the colony. Despite his skepticism of Elar's idealism, he recognized the necessity of order amid the chaos. His pragmatism drove him forward, even as he harbored doubts about the colony's fractured future. From her vantage point, high above the central plaza, Elara Voss watched the unfolding turmoil. The smoke rising in thin spirals against the backdrop of the planet's twin moons painted a haunting tableau. Her sharp eyes, usually calm and reflective, now shimmered with conflicting emotions, despair at the colony's unraveling, and a fierce resolve kindled by the very crisis threatening to consume them. The star maps in front of her glowed faintly, their precise lines and constellations a stark contrast to the disorder below. She whispered to herself, a mantra of hope and determination. This cannot be the end. There is still a path forward. The rebellion ignited as Rykov's loyalists seized control of key resource depots and communication hubs, triggering violent clashes with factions aligned with Myra and Elara. The colony's fragile social order fractured sharply. Gunfire echoed through narrow streets. Heated words turned to shouts and then to blows. The once peaceful settlement transformed into a battleground where trust was a scarce commodity. Civilians cowered behind makeshift barricades, caught between warring sides, their faces etched with fear and exhaustion. In the chaos, Mira's faction worked tirelessly to mediate ceasefires and evacuate vulnerable populations. Her optimism, though tested, became a rallying point for those desperate for peace. Captain Hale's forces struggled to maintain order, torn between enforcing security and navigating the tangled loyalties among the settlers. Elara, caught between her scientific pursuit and the colony's descent into conflict, found herself thrust into a reluctant leadership role. Her discovery of the transmission had sparked hope, but now it demanded courage beyond the laboratory. She convened with Mira and Hale in a cramped command center, the air thick with tension and urgency. "We cannot let this spiral further," Elara urged, her voice steady despite the turmoil. "Our survival depends on unity. The transmission isn't just a signal, it's a reminder that we are not alone in this silence." Mira nodded, her bright eyes fierce. "Then we fight not just for ourselves, but for the future we can build together." Captain Hale's gaze was hard but resolute. "We hold the line, no more divisions." Outside, the sounds of rebellion raged on, but within that small room, a fragile alliance was forged, one that might yet turn the tide. As the chapter closed, the colony stood at its breaking point, the outcome uncertain. Yet beneath the smoke and fear, a flicker of hope endured, carried in the hearts of those who refused to surrender to silence and shadow. What sacrifices would be necessary to heal the wounds of rebellion? And could the fragile threads of trust be rewoven before all was lost? The colony's fate hung in the balance, waiting for the next decisive moment to shape its future. The colony's central square was alive with murmurs and restless energy, a sea of faces reflecting the dim light of the twin moons above. Mira Solin stood on the makeshift platform, her posture steady, her voice rising clear and unwavering as she addressed the crowd. "We stand at a crossroads," she began, her bright eyes sweeping over the gathered settlers. "Our future depends not on division, but on unity. We cannot afford to be torn apart while darkness threatens us all." A ripple of agreement passed through the crowd, but it was laced with tension, the scars of recent factional violence still raw. Mira's optimism was a bomb, but the weight of their fractured society was heavy. She glanced briefly at Captain Soren Hale, standing near the edge of the gathering with his arms crossed, his expression unreadable but resolute. Hale's presence was a testament to the uneasy alliance forming beneath the surface. Once skeptical of Elara's mission and wary of faction leaders, he had come to recognize the necessity of cooperation. The colony's security network was strained thin, and Hale knew that without unity, their fragile hold on order would crumble entirely. Inside the security headquarters, the air was thick with urgency. Hale moved swiftly through narrow corridors, exchanging terse commands with officers who relayed updates from across the colony. The hum of communication devices blended with the low murmur of anxious voices. Every report from outposts, every intercepted message, was a thread in the tapestry of impending conflict. "We can't let Rykov's loyalists gain the upper hand," Hale muttered to himself, eyes scanning the latest intel. His jaw tightened. Not now, not ever. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit command room deep within the administrative sector, Counselor Thane Rykov sat before a bank of surveillance feeds, his tall frame rigid, face cold and sharp-featured as ever. The flickering images of unrest, the gathering crowds, and the defiant faces of those allied against him only hardened his resolve. He tapped a finger against the edge of the console, eyes narrowing. "They think they can undermine order," he hissed under his breath. "I will show them the price of rebellion." Rykov's strategy was ruthless, born from years of military discipline and political cunning. His faction, loyal to strict hierarchy and control, viewed the chaos as an opportunity to seize absolute power, but the colony was not yet ready to fall under his shadow. Back in the heart of the colony, Elara Voss met Myra in a shadowed alcove illuminated by the soft glow of data screens. The two women leaned close, their whispered conversation a counterpoint to the chaos outside. "We need to coordinate," Elara said, fingers tracing patterns on the screen. "The transmission gave us hope, but Rykov's rebellion threatens to undo everything." Myra nodded, her smile tight but determined. "We'll rally the factions, bring as many as we can to the table. If we can show them a future worth fighting for, maybe we can hold this fragile peace." Their plan was ambitious, relying on the trust they had painstakingly built and the shared dread of collapse. The colony's survival depended on transcending old grievances and fears, forging an alliance strong enough to resist Rykov's bid for dominion. As the night deepened, the square buzzed with growing anticipation. Mira's voice rose again, calling settlers to action. Captain Hale coordinated patrols, ensuring the safety of key locations and preparing for any violent outbreaks. Elara's research team scrambled to keep lines of communication open, their success a beacon to those still uncertain. The first skirmishes broke out near the resource depots, but the coordinated response from Myra and Hale's coalition quickly quelled the unrest. Messages of solidarity spread, and more faction leaders chose to stand with them rather than with Rykov's oppressive vision. In the final hours before dawn, the colony held its breath. The rebellion's momentum was checked, but the threat remained. Rykov's shadow lingered like a storm cloud on the horizon, and the fragile alliance was still vulnerable to fracture. Yet, amid the tension, a spark of hope ignited. The unlikely coalition had shown that even in the depths of isolation and civil collapse, the human spirit could rally, resist, and begin to heal. Elara stood beside Mira and Hale, watching the first light of the planet's dawn seep into the sky. "This is only the beginning," she said softly, "but it's a beginning nonetheless." The colony had faced its darkest hour and had found, in unlikely alliances, the strength to fight back. The road ahead was uncertain, but, for the first time in a long while, it was lit by the promise of unity and survival. And as the twin moons set and the distant stars began to fade in the morning light, the settlers of this remote world prepared to meet whatever came next together. The shuttle's engines hummed steadily as it pierced the heavy atmosphere of the colony planet. Outside, the sky was painted in shades of burnt orange and violet, the sun's dying rays flickering across the uneven terrain below. Inside the cramped cabin, the team was silent, each member lost in their thoughts, the weight of their mission pressing heavily upon them. Elara Voss sat rigidly in her seat, her sharp eyes fixed on the viewport. After months of uncertainty, setbacks, and growing unrest, this was the moment they had been fighting for, the chance to bring back a flicker of light to a colony shrouded in darkness. As the shuttle touched down on the landing pad, a small crowd gathered, their faces a mixture of hope, skepticism, and fatigue. Mira Solon stepped forward, her short frame commanding attention despite the exhaustion etched into her features. "We welcome you back," she said, her voice carrying over the murmurs. "Your journey is our hope." Elara led the team swiftly into the makeshift laboratory, a space cluttered with equipment, blinking consoles, and walls adorned with star charts and hastily scribbled equations. At the center was a communication array, long silent but now humming faintly with anticipation. From her bag, Elara carefully withdrew the device. They had recovered a sleek, compact instrument of unknown origin, pulsing softly with an ethereal blue light. "This is unlike anything we've seen," Linway murmured, stepping forward to examine it. "Its energy signature is stable, and it appears to be designed for communication, but on a scale far beyond our current technology." Elara nodded, her mind racing. "If we can integrate this with our systems, we might restore at least partial contact or discover new signals hidden in the cosmic background." Outside, tensions simmered as factions lingered near the perimeter. Councillor Thane Rykov's loyalists watched with narrowed eyes, distrust evident in their stance. Yet even they could not ignore the palpable shift in the air, a collective yearning for hope that transcended factional lines. Myra took to a makeshift stage, her voice steady and clear. This device is more than technology. It is a symbol of what we can achieve when we unite. Our survival depends on cooperation, on setting aside old grievances to face the unknown together. Her words were met with cautious applause, the fragile threads of trust beginning to weave a tentative tapestry of unity. Back in the lab, Elara and Linway worked feverishly to interface the alien device with the colony's communication array. Hours passed in a blur of technical adjustments and data analysis. Then, suddenly, the array crackled to life, emitting a burst of static that filled the room. A faint, rhythmic pulse echoed through the speakers, a signal unmistakable and alive. Gasps and whispers swept through the gathered group. Iliara's heart pounded as she recognized the pattern, a beacon of connection, a promise that silence could be broken. "We've done it," she whispered, tears glistening in her eyes. "We're not alone." The room erupted in a mixture of cheers and stunned silence. For the first time in months, the colony dared to dream again. Yet, beneath the jubilation, Elara knew the road ahead was long and fraught with challenges. The technology was unfamiliar and fragile, the factions still fragile and wary. But for now, in this moment of shared triumph, the colony found strength in the light piercing the darkness. As night fully descended, the distant stars shimmered above, silent witnesses to a new chapter unfolding beneath their watchful gaze. Elara stood by the viewport once more, the device's blue glow illuminating her face. In the vast cosmic silence, a new signal pulsed steadily, a beacon of hope, a testament to resilience, and a call to rediscovery. "This is only the beginning," she murmured, determination burning bright within her. "We will find our way back." Outside, the colony stirred with renewed purpose, the fragile bonds of unity knitting tighter with each passing moment. The light in the darkness was no longer a distant dream, but a tangible promise, one that would guide them through the shadows yet to come. And as the first tentative messages crackled through the revived communication channels, a profound truth settled in Elara's heart. Even in the vast silence of space, connection endures. The council chamber was heavy with anticipation, its usual sterile atmosphere charged with palpable unrest. Councillor Thane Rykov entered with his customary steely gaze, the cold calculus of his expression failing to mask the flicker of unease beneath. The flickering holoscreens cast eerie blue light over the assembled faction leaders' faces etched with skepticism, weariness, and a hunger for change. Elara Voss stood at the center, unwavering, her voice steady as she presented the evidence that had begun to unravel the threads of Rykov's control. Her team's painstaking efforts had exposed not only the truth behind the cosmic blackout, but also the manipulations and power plays that had deepened the colony's fractures. Murmurs swelled into whispers, whispers into heated exchanges. Rykov's attempts to assert authority were met with increasing resistance. His once loyal faction wavered, their allegiance strained by the undeniable weight of Elara's revelations and the growing chorus of citizens demanding change. Outside, under the vast expanse of the colony's night sky, a crowd gathered, voices rising in chants of unity and renewal. Myra Solon moved among them, a beacon of calm and encouragement, her bright eyes reflecting the stars above as she spoke of cooperation, survival, and hope. Inside a secure briefing room, Captain Soren Hale and Jox Wren coordinated with Elara, their faces drawn tight with determination. The air was thick with urgency. Every moment counted, Plans were laid to prevent violent clashes that could shatter the fragile progress. Jox's knowledge of the colony's shadowed corners and secret routes became invaluable, enabling swift, precise actions to neutralize remaining loyalists without bloodshed. Soren's steady command of security forces reassured allies and citizens alike, bolstering the collective effort to reclaim the colony's future. Meanwhile, isolated within the cold austerity of his quarters, Councillor Rykov gazed out over the colony he had sought to control. The stars above mirrored the fractures within his ambitions, the silence a stark contrast to the turmoil below. His mind wrestled with bitter reflections, the loss of power, the crumbling of his vision, and the inexorable tide of change sweeping the colony. Resignation settled over him, tinged with a grudging respect for the resilience that had risen against his rule. As the confrontation reached its climax, the colony held its breath. Elara's measured words, backed by irrefutable evidence and the resolve of her allies, pierced through the fog of fear and division. The authoritarian grip loosened. Factions realigned. Citizens found their voices. The reckoning was not just the fall of one man, but the birth of a new era, one forged in the crucible of adversity and tempered by the collective will to survive and thrive. The echoes of the night's events resonated deeply. Trust, though fragile, began to weave anew across the fractured society. The transmission's message of warning and hope had ignited more than just a mission, it had sparked a movement. As dawn crept over the horizon, bathing the colony in soft light, Elara stood among her people, a symbol of resilience and renewal. The path ahead was uncertain, fraught with challenges, but for the first time in a long while, the colony dared to believe in the possibility of unity and a shared future. Yet, as shadows of the past lingered and the work of rebuilding loomed large, an unspoken question hung in the air. Could this fragile truce endure? Or would the scars of isolation and civil collapse threaten to unravel the fragile hope that had been so painstakingly won? The colony's fate now rested not on any single leader, but on the collective heart and spirit of its people, determined to find light after silence. The cold fluorescent lights of the council chamber flickered faintly as Dr. Elara Voss stepped up to the podium, her steady gaze sweeping across the gathered representatives. For months, the colony had been fractured, a shattered mosaic of factions vying for survival in the silence left by Earth's inexplicable blackout. But today, a new chapter began, one forged by the cryptic transmission Elara and her team had decoded, a message that carried with it a fragile promise of hope. "We stand at a crossroads," Elara began, her voice calm but resolute. "The transmission we've uncovered is more than just a warning. It is a call to unity, a roadmap for survival beyond the silence. We must rebuild not just our systems and shelters, but trust itself." Murmurs rippled through the chamber. Faces once hardened by suspicion softened as delegates exchanged glances. Mira Solon, the pragmatic faction leader, famed for her empathy and tenacity, nodded approvingly from her seat. Captain Soren Hale, the colony's wary security chief, sat upright, his eyes reflecting a cautious hope. The message had done more than illuminate the cosmic blackout's origins, it had become a catalyst. Elara's leadership, tempered by her introspective nature and unwavering resolve, had begun to mend the fractures that had once seemed irreparable. Outside the chamber, the colony was stirring to life. Myra moved through the streets, her presence a balm to tense nerves. She spoke softly with families, helped organize resource distributions, and mediated disputes with a warmth that rekindled communal bonds. The dusty air was thick with the hum of machinery as repair crews restored power lines and water systems, while children's hesitant laughter echoed from newly opened play areas. In the communications lab, a different kind of rebuilding took place. Elara and Dr. Linway leaned over their monitors, deciphering complex schematics to restore partial communication networks. The soft glow of the screens illuminated their focused expressions as data flowed like lifeblood through the rebuilt channels. Their collaboration symbolized the merging of science and governance, a partnership essential to the colony's survival. Yet, the scars of the past lingered. Councillor Thane Rykov, once the colony's iron-fisted ruler, found his power waning. His cold gaze, sharp features etched with frustration, surveyed the shifting allegiances with thinly veiled resentment. His faction's grip loosened as citizens demanded transparency and cooperation, though whispers of dissent still simmered beneath the surface. Amidst the political and social rebirth, personal healing unfolded quietly. At the colony's edge, Naomi Voss waited. When Elara emerged from the lab, weary but determined, Naomi's arms opened in an embrace that bridged months of silence and hurt. Their reunion was fragile, charged with unspoken apologies and the tentative rebuilding of familial trust, a microcosm of the colony's broader journey. The days that followed were a tapestry of cautious progress. The new council convened regularly, guided by principles of inclusivity and shared responsibility. Debates were spirited but civil, a stark contrast to the factional warfare that had once threatened to tear the colony apart. Infrastructure projects advanced steadily, and social programs aimed at healing psychological wounds gained momentum. Elara often found herself walking the colony's winding paths at dusk, stars piercing the darkening sky like scattered diamonds. The silence that had once crushed her spirit now felt different, less an end and more a vast canvas upon which new stories could be painted. She contemplated the transmission's words, the fragile hope it embodied, and the resilience of the human spirit that refused to be extinguished. Yet the question lingered in every mind: could this fragile peace endure? Could the colony truly transcend its fractured past to build a future defined not by fear and isolation, but by trust and cooperation? As night deepened, Elara's thoughts were interrupted by the urgent call of a nearby communicator. The faint pulse of a new signal flickered through the statica, subtle reminder that the cosmos still whispered its secrets, and the colony's journey was far from over. With a deep breath, Elara squared her shoulders. The darkness was profound, but within it flickered the light of possibility, and as long as that light endured, so too would the colony. The silence was no longer empty. It was filled with the promise of rebuilding bridges between people, factions, and the stars themselves. The next chapter awaited, and Elara was ready to lead the way. The twin suns of the colony planet had just begun their slow ascent over the jagged horizon. Casting long, warm fingers of light through the observatory's massive glass dome, Dr. Elara Voss stood alone at the summit, her sharp eyes tracing the familiar yet alien constellations that stretched out above her. The air was crisp, carrying with it the faint scent of ionized dust and cold metal, a reminder of the colony's fragile existence on this distant world. As dawn crept forward, the sky shifted from deep indigo to soft lavender and amber, a breathtaking canvas that belied the turmoil beneath. Elara's mind was a whirlwind of calculations and possibilities, the encoded transmissions they had deciphered still echoing in her thoughts. Efforts to restore contact with Earth had been painstaking and fraught with disappointment. The silence persisted, vast and unyielding. Yet, the faint signals they had recently detected, mere whispers on the cosmic wind, kindled a fragile ember of hope within her. Descending from the observatory, Elara made her way to the heart of the colony, where the central communication hub hummed with renewed activity. Inside, Mira Solon and Captain Soren Hale stood amid holographic star maps, their faces illuminated by the cool blue glow of the displays. The tension in the room was palpable, but underscored by a shared resolve that had been absent for months. Myra, ever the mediator, addressed the gathered faction leaders with a voice steady and calm. "We stand at a crossroads," she said, eyes sweeping over the diverse faces assembled. "The path ahead is uncertain, but together we have faced worse. This new dawn offers not just survival, but a chance to redefine who we are." Captain Hale nodded, his usually stoic expression softening slightly. "Security remains tight, but we are committed to protecting this fragile peace. The transmissions hint at others, perhaps survivors or allies. We must be ready for whatever we find." Elara stepped forward, her voice carrying the quiet authority honed by months of relentless pursuit. "The signals we've detected are faint, fragmented, but unmistakable. They suggest that Earth's silence is not abandonment, but the aftermath of a cosmic event beyond our control. Our work now is to decode these messages fully and prepare for what they might mean." The leaders exchanged glances, the weight of uncertainty balanced by the promise of purpose. Plans were laid to upgrade the colony's receivers and expand their listening range, with Elara's team at the helm. The hours that followed were a blur of activity cables, strung, consoles calibrated, algorithms refined. The faint crackles and pulses from the vast beyond became a symphony of potential, filling the sterile rooms with an almost sacred energy. Meanwhile, outside the walls of the compound, the colony's citizens gathered in the open squares as evening fell. Fires sputtered to life, casting dancing shadows against the alien architecture. The air was alive with the hum of conversation, bursts of laughter, and the soft strumming of makeshift instruments. Stories of loss, survival, and hope intermingled beneath the emerging stars, weaving a tapestry of resilience that bound the community closer than ever. Elara wandered through the crowd, absorbing the warmth and determination that radiated from her people. Her own doubts flickered at the edges of her mind, the long nights spent in solitude and obsession weighing heavily. Yet, seeing the faces around her scarred but unyielding, she felt a renewed sense of purpose. The colony was no longer just an outpost lost to the void. It was a living testament to human endurance, a beacon flickering defiantly in the cosmic silence. As the night deepened, Elara returned to the communications center, where the team's latest data streams revealed new, tantalizing hints of life beyond their isolated world. The signals were still faint, their meaning cryptic, but they were their proof that the universe had not forsaken them entirely. "It's not the reconnection we dreamed of," Elara said softly to Myra and Captain Hale, "but it's the beginning of something, a new dawn for us all." Myra smiled, her eyes bright with hope. "Then we move forward, together." Captain Hale's voice was resolute. "No matter the cost, we protect that hope." Outside, the stars shone down on the colony, silent witnesses to a world reborn from isolation and fear. The journey ahead was uncertain, the road long and fraught with challenges yet unseen. But in this moment, beneath the vast expanse of the cosmos, a new dawn had indeed broken. And as Elara gazed upward, the flickering stars whispered promises of light after silence, of connection beyond the void, and of the enduring human spirit that would never cease to reach for the unknown. The twin moons hovered low in the sky, casting a pale, ethereal light across the observation platform where Dr. Elara Voss stood silently, her gaze fixed upon the infinite canvas of stars above. Each point of light was a thread, a fragile connection stretching across the void to Earth, to the lost past, to the hope of a future not yet written. The air was crisp, tinged with the faint metallic scent of the colony's atmosphere, and the quiet hum of distant machinery underscored the stillness of the moment. Elara's thoughts drifted beyond the physical, weaving through the intangible threads that bound the colony together. Isolation was not merely a matter of distance or silence. It was the invisible chasm carved into the human spirit when connection faltered. Yet, here, beneath the vast heavens, she felt those threads pulse with a fragile vitality. The transmission they had uncovered, the alliances forged in the crucible of crisis, these were the beginnings of a new tapestry, woven from hope and resilience. Behind her, footsteps approached softly. Myra Solan's warm smile broke the quiet. "You always find peace out here," Myra said, her voice a gentle contrast to the cold night. Elara nodded, turning to meet her friend's bright eyes. "It reminds me why we fight to hold onto the stars, to each other." They moved back inside the observation tower, where Captain Soren Hale awaited. His usual stern demeanor was softened by a tentative smile, a sign of the shifting tides within him. "The factions are talking again," he said, pulling up a hollow display that flickered with images of the colony's sectors and faction leaders. "They're willing to listen, for once." Myra's optimism was cautious but genuine. "It's fragile, but it's a start. We need to keep building on this slowly, carefully." Elara studied the map, seeing not just terrain and politics, but the intricate web of relationships and dependencies that sustained them all. "Connection isn't just about technology," she mused aloud. "It's about trust, shared purpose, the willingness to see beyond fear." Later, in a quiet corner of the colony, Elara found herself face to face with her younger sister Naomi. Their relationship had been strained, fractured by years of silence, misunderstandings, and the deep fissures carved by the colony's turmoil. But tonight, the walls between them felt thinner. Naomi's voice was soft, almost hesitant. "I was angry, Elara. You disappeared into your work, into the stars, while everything fell apart here. I felt abandoned." Elara's gaze softened, the weight of those words settling between them. "I was trying to find a way back for all of us," she replied quietly. "But I lost sight of what was right in front of me, my family, my home." They shared a long silence, the kind that speaks of pain and healing intertwined. "Maybe we can find a way forward," Naomi said, finally, "together." As the days turned, the colony's communal hall became a place of cautious negotiation and collaboration. Representatives from factions once at odds now gathered around the holographic map, their voices tentative but purposeful. Elara stood beside Mira and Captain Hale, offering insights drawn from the stars and from the fragile human experiences that defined their struggle. The discussions were punctuated by moments of tension. Fears and grudges surfaced like shadows, but each was met with a steady hand, a patient word, a reminder of their shared fate. The colony was no longer a fractured collection of isolated enclaves. It was becoming a living network of connections, woven from threads of trust, hope, and a collective will to survive. Elara's heart swelled with a quiet, determined hope. The journey ahead was uncertain, fraught with dangers seen and unseen. But as she looked around at the faces illuminated by the holographic glow, she saw something that had been missing: connection in its most human form. And in that connection lay the promise of a new dawn. The stars above continued their silent vigil, but beneath their watchful gaze, the colony's light was rekindling, one thread at a time. And Elara knew that no matter how vast the silence, the human spirit's need to connect would always find a way to bridge the void. Yet even as hope blossomed, a lingering question remained. Could these fragile bonds withstand the storms still to come? The answer would unfold in the days ahead, as the colony's fate intertwined ever more tightly with the threads of connection they were only beginning to weave. The low hum of the archive's environmental controls was a constant companion as Dr. Elara Voss and Mira Solon stepped carefully between the tall racks of data drives and storage units. The archive, a place long neglected and considered by many a relic, had become a refuge for those seeking answers not found in the stars but buried in the colony's own history. The air was thick with the scent of aged paper, recycled air, and a faint metallic tang from the decades-old technology humming softly in the dim light. Elara's fingers traced the spines of digital logs and physical records, each a fragment of a past that had shaped their present turmoil. She pulled a record from a dusty shelf, its interface flickering to life with a cascade of images and text chronicling the colony's early days. Faces of the first settlers, their hopes and fears etched into the pixels, stared back at her. The raw vulnerability was palpable, pioneers wrestling with isolation, with the unforgiving alien landscape, and with each other. "Look at this," Myra whispered, pointing to a video clip of a council meeting from decades ago. Even then, divisions were forming. The seeds of factionalism were there from the start. Elara nodded, her sharp eyes reflecting the flickering screen. "Isolation isn't just physical here," she mused. "It's psychological, social. The distance from Earth isn't only measured in light years, but in trust and understanding, or the lack of it." They spent hours poring over records, logs of disputes, ration allocations, messages of hope and despair. The colony's history was a tapestry woven with moments of unity and threads of fracture. Each document, each recording, peeled back layers of collective memory, revealing the profound impact of isolation on human behavior. Later, the team ventured beyond the archives to one of the colony's earliest settlements. The site was a skeleton of its former self, broken walls scarred by storms, faded signs barely legible beneath layers of dust and neglect. The wind whispered through empty corridors, carrying with it echoes of lives once lived, dreams once chased. Elara stepped forward, boots crunching on gravel, eyes scanning for clues. "These ruins," she said softly, "are a testament to resilience and fragility alike. They remind us what we risk losing if we fail to learn from our past." Mira's bright eyes scanned the horizon, the twin moons casting long shadows across the rubble. "And what we stand to gain if we choose cooperation over division." Back at the colony's council chamber, the atmosphere was charged with tension as Elara presented her findings. She laid out detailed analyses of faction conflicts, psychological stress markers recorded in early medical logs, and the social costs of prolonged isolation. The room, filled with leaders and representatives from various groups, listened intently, some frowning in skepticism, others nodding in reluctant agreement. "We cannot ignore the patterns," Elara urged. "Our past mistakes are written in these records. If we continue down the same path, we risk repeating history fracture, conflict, collapse. But if we embrace what we've learned, there is a chance to rebuild stronger, more united." Councillor Thane Rykov's cold gaze fixed on her, a silent challenge in his expression. Yet even he did not interrupt, a subtle sign of the shifting tides. Captain Soren Hale, ever the pragmatist, leaned forward. "Understanding our history is vital," he said, voice steady. "But action must follow. We need plans rooted in these lessons, not just reflections." Mira smiled, her optimism undimmed. This is a starter foundation upon which we can build trust. As the meeting adjourned, Elara found herself drawn to the ridge overlooking the colony. The dusk sky was a canvas of silvery light and deepening shadows, the twin moons casting a gentle glow over the domes and spires below. The wind murmured softly, carrying with it the intangible weight of memory and hope. She stood in contemplative solitude, the echoes of past decisions reverberating in her mind. The path ahead was uncertain, fraught with challenges both new and old. Yet within the silence, she sensed a fragile promiser, chance to transform history's lessons into a beacon for the colony's future. The stars above remained silent, but below, a new constellation was beginning to form in the night sky. But within the hearts and minds of those determined to reclaim connection, unity, and hope from the shadows of isolation, Elara's thoughts lingered on one question. How could they turn the echoes of the past into the foundations of a future where silence was not a prison, but a space for renewal? As the first stars blinked awake in the darkening sky, the colony below stirred with cautious optimism. The journey was far from over, but for the first time in a long while, the path forward glimmered with possibility, and somewhere deep within the cosmic silence, a faint signal pulsed, a reminder that even in the vastest voids, connection endures. The quiet between the colony had never known silence quite like this. It was not the absence of sound that marked the moment, but the weight of it. The heavy pause stretched long over the settlement, as if the very air held its breath. After months of turmoil, factional disputes, and unrest, the cacophony had finally given way to an uneasy stillness. Night approached slowly, the light fading over the alien horizon in a muted cascade of greys and blues. And Elara Voss stood alone on the observation deck, gazing upward. Above her, the sky was a vast canvas, a deep velvet smeared with the faintest shimmer of stars. The colony's artificial lights dimmed as the day ended, allowing the cosmos to reclaim its dominion over the night. Elara's breath fogged in the cool air, and her eyes traced the constellations she had memorized since childhood, ghostly reminders of Earth's familiar heavens, now distant and silent. She felt the silence settle around her like a shroud. It was both oppressive and soothing, a paradox that mirrored the colony's own fragile state. The recent upheavals had carved scars deep into the community, yet in this quiet, there was space for reflection, for mourning, and perhaps for healing. Behind the glass, the colony hummed softly, a heartbeat beneath the stillness. Elara's thoughts drifted to Mira Solon and Captain Soren Hale, two of the few who had managed to keep the settlement from fracturing completely. Mira's optimism was a beacon, a steady flame in the darkness, while Hale's pragmatic vigilance guarded the fragile peace with quiet strength. Inside the common hall, the glow of low lights illuminated a modest room where Mira and Hale shared a sparse meal. Their conversation was subdued but earnest, words chosen carefully as they navigated the delicate path from conflict toward cooperation. Mira's bright eyes, usually so full of fire, were tempered now with fatigue and thoughtfulness. Hale's imposing frame seemed less rigid, his voice softening as he spoke of hopes for a future where factions might dissolve into a single, united community. "We have a chance," Mira said quietly, her gaze steady. "But it depends on us on whether we can let go of the past enough to build something new." Hale nodded, his fingers tapping rhythmically against the table. "Trust will take time, but this silence, it's a chance to listen, to really listen." Their words echoed in Elara's mind as she left the observation deck and retreated to her quarters. The room was small, practical, littered with datapads and scattered star charts. The hum of the colony's life support systems was a constant companion, steady and reassuring. Yet the silence within these walls felt different, heavier, as if the absence of noise left space for memories to rise unbidden. A soft knock at the door stirred her from her reverie. Naomi stood there, hesitant, the younger sister's features drawn tight with unspoken emotion. The months of separation, the strain of isolation, and the fractures between them were visible in the guarded way Naomi entered. "Elara," Naomi said softly, "I thought maybe you'd want some company." Elara nodded, stepping aside. The two sat together in the dim light, their conversation halting at first, fraught with the weight of what had been left unsaid. "I've missed you," Naomi admitted after a long pause. "It's been hard, not just out there, but here between us." Elara's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "I know, I've been consumed, trying to find answers, to hold on." They spoke then of fears and hopes, of the loneliness that had wrapped around them like a shroud, and of the fragile threads still connecting their hearts despite the silence. It was a quiet moment of reconciliation, a tentative step toward healing the personal fractures that mirrored the colony's own. Outside, a gentle night breeze stirred through the open corridors, carrying with it faint echoes of laughter and whispered conversations. Small groups gathered in clusters, sharing stories, rebuilding bonds frayed by hardship. The colony, though battered and weary, breathed anew. Elara stood once more beneath the starlit sky, feeling the quietness not as an emptiness but as a canvas blank, waiting to be filled with new stories, new connections. The silence between them was no longer just a void but a space pregnant with possibility. Yet beneath the peace lay an unspoken question: could this fragile calm hold before the next storm? The colony's future balanced delicately on the edge of this quiet between, waiting for the first ripple to break the stillness. And Elara, standing beneath the vast cosmos, knew that the journey was far from over. The hum of the communications lab was a familiar comfort to Dr. Elara Voss, but tonight it carried a weight far heavier than routine static. The endless waves of cosmic noise that had once been a mere backdrop to the colony's quiet existence now whispered a secret of faint pulse, hidden deep within the silence that had so long strangled their connection to Earth. Elara stood beside Dr. Linway, their eyes locked on the console as the rhythmic signal began to emerge more clearly. "There," Lin whispered, fingers dancing across the keys, isolating the pattern with painstaking precision. "It's not random noise. This is structured." Elara's breath caught. Years of searching, nights spent staring into the abyss of space, chasing shadows and echoes, had led to this moment. The transmission was faint, a ghostly heartbeat amid the cosmic void, but it was unmistakably there. "Run it through the decryption algorithm again," Elara urged, her voice steady despite the surge of exhilaration that threatened to overwhelm her. Outside, the colony stirred with a ripple of anticipation that had not been felt in years. News of the detection spread quickly, carried by the whispers of those desperate for hope. In the central square, faces once marked by despair now glimmered with cautious optimism. Groups gathered, eyes lifted skyward, as if the stars themselves might finally respond. Captain Soren Hale stood at the colony's perimeter, the dark expanse beyond a canvas of unknown possibilities. His posture was rigid, a sentinel guarding against threats both seen and unseen. Yet beneath the veneer of vigilance, a flicker of hope ignited a hope that perhaps, amid the silence, a lifeline awaited. Back in the lab, Elara and Linway worked in tandem, peeling back layers of the transmission's code. The signal spoke in fragments, coordinates, warnings, and a cadence that suggested intelligence beyond their own. Each decoded piece was a thread weaving a tapestry of potential salvation and peril. Mira Solon found herself drawn into quiet conversations with Jox Wren, whose knowledge of underground networks lent new dimensions to their understanding. "If this is real," Mira said, her tone resolute, "it changes everything. We can't afford to let fear fracture us again." Jox nodded, eyes sharp, despite the weariness etched on his face. The signal could mean others out there survivors, or maybe something else. We need to be ready for whatever comes. The colony's factions, long divided by scarcity and suspicion, now faced a crossroads. Elara's discovery challenged the narrative of abandonment and isolation that had defined them. It was a call to unity, a beacon in the darkness urging them to bridge their divides. As the night deepened, the lab's lights cast long shadows, mirroring the uncertainties ahead. Elara glanced at the constellation of stars beyond the viewport, silent witnesses to their struggle and hope. The transmission was not just a signal. It was a promise that the silence could be broken, that connection could endure even when the cosmos seemed to turn its back. But questions lingered like a low thrum beneath the promise. What was the true origin of the signal? Did it herald allies reaching across the void, or warnings of dangers yet unseen? Could the colony's fragile alliances withstand the revelations to come? Elara knew the path forward would be fraught with peril and sacrifice. Yet, in this moment, as the pulse of the transmission echoed through the lab, she felt the stirrings of something long dormant: hope. Hope that from the vast silence, a new chapter was beginning, one where rediscovery and resilience would light the way. The colony held its breath, poised at the edge of a future uncertain yet brimming with possibility. And in the heart of the silence, a signal pulsed steady, insistent, a call to awaken, to listen, and to believe once more. The sky above the colony was a vast canvas of stars, more vivid and infinite than ever before. Yet beneath that serene expanse, the colony buzzed with a fragile hope. Elara Voss stood atop the highest communication tower, the last rays of the twin suns painting the horizon in hues of amber and violet. Her fingers deftly adjusted the transmitter arrays, the soft mechanical hum blending with the whispering wind that swept across the barren plains beyond the domes. It was here, above the fractured settlements, that she envisioned weaving a new web of connection, a network that could finally bridge the chasms carved by fear, suspicion, and isolation. For months, the colony had been fractured, its people divided into factions, locked in a precarious dance of distrust. Councillor Thane Rykov's iron grip had faltered, shaken by the revelations of the cosmic blackout and the transmission Elara had uncovered. In his place, a new leadership began to emerge, one that dared to dream of cooperation and shared survival. Mira Solon, with her unyielding optimism and pragmatic spirit, had become the rallying voice for those yearning to rebuild the colony's shattered social fabric. Elara's plan was ambitious. Instead of relying on centralized hubs that had been vulnerable to sabotage and factional control, she proposed a decentralized communication network. This new system would use a lattice of transmitters scattered across the colony's expanse, each node capable of independently sending and receiving signals. Such a design promised resilience. If one node fell, the network would reroute, maintaining vital lines of communication. Inside the faction hall, the atmosphere was charged, yet hopeful. Representatives from the major factions sat clustered around a rough-hewn table, the soft glow of holographic schematics bathing their faces in cool blue light. Mira stood at the front, her voice steady and warm as she addressed the room. "This network is more than technology," she said, her eyes sweeping the assembly. "It's a statement that we choose connection over division, cooperation over conflict. We can't rebuild our future alone. We need each other." Her words hung in the air, a bomb to some, a challenge to others. But beneath the initial hesitations, a cautious optimism began to take root. Meanwhile, in the communications hub, the hum of consoles and the flicker of screens filled the space. Captain Soren Hale, ever the pragmatic security chief, worked alongside Jox Wren, the rugged smuggler whose knowledge of underground networks had become invaluable. Their fingers flew over controls, troubleshooting interference, tuning frequencies, and hardening the system against potential threats. "Never thought I'd be working with a security chief," Jox quipped, a wry smile tugging at his lips. "Don't get used to it," Soren replied, eyes fixed on the readouts. "But we need every advantage if this is going to work." Their banter, laced with mutual respect, was a testament to the shifting alliances that defined the colony's new chapter. Back atop the tower, Elara and Dr. Lin Wei monitored the incoming signals, their faces bathed in the soft glow of data streams cascading across the screens. Patterns emerged from the cosmic static, faint flickering transmissions that whispered of other presences beyond the void. There, Lin pointed to a pulse of light, a new signal, not just noise. Ilara's heart quickened. After months of silence and despair, this was a beacon, fragile but real. "It's a beginning," Elara said softly, sharing a smile with Lin. "A bridge across the void." As the colony's factions tentatively embraced the network, the air shifted. Messages of cooperation began to flow where once there had been only suspicion. Emergencies were reported and addressed swiftly. Resources coordinated with newfound efficiency, and the people found themselves drawn together by threads of communication that transcended old boundaries. Yet beneath the cautious hope lay questions unspoken. Could this fragile unity withstand the pressures of dwindling resources, the shadows of old grievances, and the vast unknowns that stretched beyond their world? The stars above remained silent watchers, indifferent and eternal. Elara knew the path ahead would be fraught with challenges. But as she gazed out over the colony, the twinkling lights of the new network glowing like constellations on the ground, she felt a surge of something profound, a resilience that refused to be extinguished. And in that moment, the silence between the stars seemed just a little less empty. The night deepened, wrapping the colony in a quiet embrace. Somewhere in the distance, a faint alien signal pulsed, a reminder that in the vastness of the cosmos, connection was still possible, still waiting to be found. Elara's voice, steady and resolute, broke the silence as she addressed her team and the colony beyond. "We are not alone, and we will find our way together." But as the network hummed to life and messages began to flow, a subtle shadow moved at the edge of the settlement, a reminder that even bridges built with hope must be guarded against those who would see them fall. The story was far from over, and in the deepening darkness, new challenges awaited. The void was vast, but the colony's light burned brighter than ever. And Elara, the astronomer who had dared to listen to the silence, stood ready to lead them through it, toward rediscovery, toward connection, and toward a future forged in unity. The first light of dawn crept gently over the rugged horizon, casting a pale gold sheen across the settlement nestled in the valley below. Dr. Elara Voss stood alone atop the eastern ridge, the chill morning breeze tugging at the edges of her worn jacket. Her sharp eyes scanned the awakening colony, where scattered lights flickered to life like stars fallen to earth. The once fractured community was stirring, tentative but determined. Each glimmer of illumination was a testament to the stubborn pulse of life, a heartbeat against the silence that had threatened to swallow them whole. Elara's gaze softened as she traced the winding paths between the domes and habitats, now bustling with figures moving with purpose. The air carried the faint hum of machinery and muted voices, a symphony of rebuilding. It was in these moments, she thought, that the true spirit of the colony revealed itself, not in grand proclamations or strategic plans, but in the quiet, persistent acts of endurance. Far below, in the central plaza, Mira Solin was already gathering a crowd. The sharp-eyed leader moved through the throng with practiced ease, her presence a beacon of hope amid the lingering shadows of distrust. Settlers from all factions mingled, their wary glances slowly giving way to tentative smiles as Myra called for order. "We've come through the darkest nights," she began, her voice steady and warm. "And though the road has been hard, we are here standing together. Today, we share not only our struggles, but our strength." Around her, voices rose, some faltering. Others, resolute as individuals, stepped forward to recount their tales. There was Jox Wren's story of narrow escapes through the colony's underground passages, risking everything to secure vital supplies. Naomi Voss spoke with quiet dignity about the emotional toll of separation from loved ones and the courage it took to keep moving forward. Even Captain Soren Hale, usually reserved and imposing, shared his perspective on the sacrifices made to maintain fragile peace. The plaza seemed to pulse with newfound energy, a tapestry of human resilience woven from countless threads of hardship and hope. Elara felt a lump rise in her throat, moved by the raw honesty and unity forming before her eyes. It was this fabric of shared experience that would hold them together. Not just the encoded transmissions or political alliances, but the very human stories that spoke to their common will to survive. Later, Elara found herself beside Mira, near a cluster of young settlers repairing solar panels battered by the recent storms. The two women exchanged a glance that carried the weight of unspoken understanding. "It's more than science or strategy," Mira said softly. "It's about people, about believing we can still build something better." Elara nodded, her thoughts drifting to the countless nights spent alone in the observatory, chasing signals through the cosmic static. The transmission had been a catalyst, a spark to ignite change, but it was the people, their resilience, their capacity for cooperation that would carry the colony forward. Meanwhile, Captain Hale walked the perimeter, his steps measured and alert. Each face he passed bore the marks of hardship, but also a glimmer of hope. The security chief's duty had shifted from enforcing order through force to protecting a fragile peace born of mutual respect. His stern gaze softened as a group of children played nearby, their laughter a fragile melody amid the quiet tension. Jox Wren, once a cynical smuggler, found unexpected camaraderie with Naomi Voss. Together, they worked to restore segments of the colony's communication network, their banter a rare reprieve from the weight of their responsibilities. "You're not so bad at this," Naomi teased, tightening a loose wire. "For someone who used to run in the shadows." Jox grinned, the lines on his weather-beaten face softening. "Guess I'm learning to stick around in the light," he replied. These moments, small and scattered, formed the resilient heart of the colony's transformation. They told of a people who, despite the fractures and fears, chose connection over isolation, hope over despair. As the sun climbed higher, Elara returned to the observatory, her mind alive with possibilities. The transmission was no longer just a puzzle to solve, but a symbol of their collective journey, a reminder that even in the vast silence of space, the human spirit could find ways to shine. She reached for her datapad, fingers trembling slightly, and began composing a message to the colony. It was time to share the stories, to celebrate the strength that had carried them here, and to inspire the steps yet to come. The resilient heart of the colony beat steadily now, a beacon in the quiet void, promising a future crafted not by isolation or fear, but by shared courage and unwavering hope. And as the day unfolded, the question lingered in Elara's mind. How many more stories of perseverance would rise from the ashes? And how far could this newfound strength carry them through the cosmos' endless night? The answer, she knew, lay not in the stars alone, but in the people who dared to reach for them. A soft chime interrupted her reverie. A new transmission had arrived, faint, cryptic, yet unmistakably alive. Elara's breath caught. The story was far from over. "This is just the beginning," she whispered to the silent room, eyes fixed on the glowing screen, heart steady, ready for what came next. The colony's central plaza was transformed into a sanctuary of remembrance. Elara Voss stood at the forefront, surrounded by rows of flickering holographic candles, each representing a soul lost during the cosmic blackout and the ensuing turmoil. The projected images of faceless settlers, scientists, security personnel, and civilians hovered in the cool air, their soft glow a fragile beacon against the encroaching twilight. A gentle wind, carrying the faint scent of distant flora from the colony's biodomes, whispered through the crowd, as if the planet itself mourned with them. Elara's voice was steady, yet threaded with an unspoken grief as she recited the names and stories of those who had fallen. Her sharp eyes, usually so focused on the stars, now scanned the faces among the gathered, a mosaic of hope, exhaustion, and raw emotion. "We stand here not only to remember the silence that almost consumed us," she said, "but to honor the resilience that emerged our refusal to surrender to despair." Mira Solon, standing close by, nodded quietly. Her short, athletic frame radiated a calm determination that had become a pillar for many. Beside her, Captain Soren Hale shifted uneasily, his military bearing softened by the gravity of the moment. His stern gaze softened as he listened, the weight of command tempered by the knowledge of how fragile peace now was. The memorial was not just a tribute, but a call to action. The silence that had once isolated them was now pierced by voices, tentative, cautious, but growing stronger. After the ceremony, Myra and Hale retreated to the council chamber, its walls lined with data panels and the muted hum of life support systems. Outside, storm clouds gathered, their distant rumbles echoing the unsettled emotions within. "We cannot rebuild without trust," Mira said, her voice low but resolute. "Protocols must be transparent. Communication must be open. Otherwise, the fractures will deepen and the cycle of suspicion will repeat." Hale leaned forward, fingers steepled. "Security must adapt. We need to protect without provoking fear. The old way surveillance, intimidation only breed resistance. We must lead with integrity." Their conversation was interrupted by a soft knock. Naomi Voss entered, her youthful face marked by the strain of recent days. She and Elara had drifted apart as Elara's obsession with decoding the transmission had consumed her, leaving Naomi feeling abandoned and vulnerable. "Elara," Naomi said, her voice wavering, "I don't know if we can keep going like this. The silence has taken more than just our contact with Earth. It's taken you from me." Elara's sharp eyes softened. "I never wanted to leave you behind," she replied, stepping closer. "But understanding the silence was the only way to save us all. I'm sorry if I lost sight of what mattered most." The sisters stood amidst the cold instruments and glowing star charts of the observatory, the air heavy with unspoken words and the faint hum of the colony's heartbeat. It was a fragile moment of reconciliation, a reminder that even amid cosmic isolation, human bonds must be nurtured. Meanwhile, on the colony's highest balcony, Counselor Thane Rykov watched the horizon. The twilight painted his sharp features in shades of regret and resolve. The rebellion against his rule had faltered, but the cost was etched deeply into the colony's psyche. His cold, calculating gaze softened briefly as he contemplated the sacrifices made, not just by others, but by himself. The silence he had feared had come at a price he could no longer ignore. Back in the plaza, as the crowd dispersed under the dimming sky, Elara lingered. The memorial was but a first step, a painful acknowledgement of loss and a tentative bridge toward healing. The colony's future was uncertain, its trust fragile, but beneath the heavy silence, a new signal began to hum, the enduring call of hope, connection, and renewal. "We have paid dearly for our silence," Elara whispered to the night sky, "but from this silence, we will build our voice again." As the stars emerge, silent witnesses above the colony embraced the daunting task ahead. To rebuild was to remember, to forgive, and to believe that connection could rise anew from the depths of isolation. The price of silence had been high, but the cost of surrender was far greater. And so, in the shadow of loss, the colony began to listen once more, not just to the distant cosmos, but to each other. The journey was far from over, but for the first time in a long while, it was a journey taken together. The night held its breath. The silence was no longer empty, it was filled with the promise of voices yet to come. Elara, Myra's voice, called softly from the entranceway, "The council awaits you. It's time to move forward." Elara nodded, a faint smile touching her lips. "Then let's show them what it means to rise from silence." She turned toward the gathering darkness, her eyes fixed on the stars that still watched over them, silent, yes, but never indifferent. And somewhere in the vast expanse, a new signal flickered faintly, a whisper of light in the endless night. The twilight sky stretched endlessly above the colony, Issasan Trau Plaza. A vast dome of deepening indigo scattered with countless stars. Against this celestial backdrop, the settlers gathered in quiet anticipation, their faces illuminated by the soft, shimmering light of a holographic projection hovering in the air above the assembled crowd. It was a constellation unlike any known before, a newly designed emblem born from the transmission's message and the collective will of the colony. The constellation's stars twinkled with subtle hues, weaving a luminous pattern that seemed to pulse with promise. Dr. Elara Voss stood at the forefront, her silhouette cutting a sharp figure against the glow. Her dark hair was pulled back with precision, eyes bright and steady beneath the weight of years marked by isolation and conflict. Today was not just a presentation, it was a moment of reckoning and hope. As the murmurs of the crowd settled into attentive silence, Elara's voice rose, steady and warm, carrying across the plaza with a clarity born of conviction. "For too long, we have lived under the shadow of silence," she began, her gaze sweeping over familiar faces, friends, former adversaries, and those who had once doubted her resolve. "We have endured the cold void between us and Earth, the fractures within our own society, and the fear that threatened to unravel the very fabric of our home. But tonight, we stand together beneath a new sky, a constellation that tells our story, our resilience, and our hope." The hologram shifted, stars connecting in lines and curves that evoked the imagery of a phoenix rising. Wings spread wide, stars blazing like embers. The symbolism was clear. From the ashes of their fractured past, the colony was poised to rise anew. Whispered exclamations rippled through the crowd as the settlers saw themselves reflected in the pattern, each star representing a community, a family, a dream. Mira Solon stood nearby, her short stature belying the fierce optimism that had driven her mediation efforts through the colony's darkest days. Her bright eyes shone with a mixture of pride and cautious hope. Beside her, Captain Soren Hale maintained a vigilant posture, yet his usual guarded expression softened as he watched the crowd come alive with renewed spirit. The security chief had been skeptical at first, but the unity blossoming here was undeniable. As Elara continued, she wove a narrative that linked the stars above with the journey they had taken together. She spoke of the transmission's cryptic message, a beacon in the cosmic silence that had challenged every assumption and ignited a quest for truth. She recounted the sacrifices, the losses, and the moments of fragile cooperation that had gradually forged a path forward. Through her words, the colony's fragmented history became a shared legacy, a foundation for rebuilding. In the midst of the gathering, Elara caught sight of her younger sister, Naomi, standing with a tentative smile. The years of strain and silence between them were still palpable, but tonight held a different promise. After the ceremony, Elara approached her sister, the noise of the crowd fading into the background. Their eyes met, and for a moment, the distance of years elapsed. "It's good to see you," Naomi said softly, her voice carrying the weight of unspoken pain and hope. Elara nodded, her fingers brushing gently against Naomi's hand. "We're building something new as much for us as for those who come after." Their conversation was brief, but rich with reconciliation, a quiet testament to the personal healing mirrored in the colony's wider transformation. Meanwhile, Myra and Captain Hale coordinated the distribution of the new constellation symbols, patches, banners, and digital displays designed to permeate the colony's settlements and common spaces. Their efforts were meticulous, reflecting a pragmatic hopefulness that balanced idealism with the realities of rebuilding. The colony's infrastructure was still fragile, but the shared symbol was already weaving a fabric of trust and cooperation where suspicion had once thrived. As night deepened, the plaza remained alive with conversations and quiet reflections. Children pointed upwards, tracing the glowing stars of the new constellation with wide eyes, while elders shared stories of the old Earth and the journey that had brought them to this moment. The constellation was more than an emblem. It was a promise etched in light and shadow, a new constellation born not just in the heavens but in the hearts of the settlers. Elara lingered beneath the projection, feeling the pulse of the colony's renewed spirit thrumming through the crowd. Despite the uncertainty of what lay beyond the cosmic silence, tonight was a Bacona signal of hope, resilience, and unity that no darkness could extinguish. "This is only the beginning," she whispered, her gaze locked on the stars. "Together, we will chart the course forward." And as the colony looked up, embracing a new constellation, the night sky seemed to pulse in quiet affirmation, an eternal light after silence. Elara Voss stood alone on the observation platform, the chill of the night air sweeping over her as she gazed upward into the star-studded abyss. The colony's artificial lights flickered faintly below, a constellation of human endeavor scattered across the alien landscape. Above, the cosmos stretched vast and indifferent, the familiar lullabies of Earth's signals silenced into an eternal void. Yet, amid that silence, a pulse of something new kindled, a fragile flame of hope, stubborn and resilient. For years, Elara had been the solitary sentinel, watching the skies, decoding whispers hidden in the cosmic static. Her journey had been one of isolation, both imposed and chosen, marked by long hours bent over data, streams, and the cold hum of instruments that spoke of mysteries beyond human grasp. But through that solitude, she had found not only patterns in the void, but a path forward for the fractured colony. Tonight, As the twin moons cast a silver glow over the settlement, Elara felt the weight of their collective endurance. The transmission they had uncovered a message woven with warnings, coordinates, and hope had shifted everything. It had forced them to confront the stark realities of their cosmic exile, and yet offered a beacon to guide their future. Behind her, footsteps approached. Myra Solin's familiar stride broke the silence, the leader's bright eyes reflecting the pale light. "Beautiful night," Myra said softly, joining Elara at the railing. "Hard to believe so much has changed." Elara nodded, her gaze still fixed on the heavens. "It has, but maybe change is what we needed." Myra smiled, a rare softness in her expression. "The colony is waking up. People are talking again, not just about survival, but about rebuilding, about trust, about hope." Elara allowed herself a small smile, a rare crack in her usually guarded demeanor. "It's fragile, but it's there." As they stood together, a low hum from the settlement's communication arrays reached them, a reminder of their ongoing efforts to re-establish contact, not just with Earth, but with any who might still be out there. Captain Soren Hale joined them then, his imposing presence softened by the quiet night. "We've made progress," he said, voice steady. "The new protocols inspired by the transmission are holding." "Good," Elara replied, "because this is only the beginning." The message wasn't just a warning. It was a call to understand, to adapt, to survive. Later, in a small garden nestled within the colony's heart, Elara found Naomi waiting beneath the alien blooms that glowed softly in the bioluminescent light. Their eyes, messages of pain and distance, reflected in the younger sister's gaze. "You were right to keep going," Naomi said quietly, "even when it felt like I was losing you." Elara reached out, fingers brushing against Naomi's. "I never stopped hoping. For us, for everyone." They stood in silence, the scented air weaving around them, a testament to growth after hardship, to healing wounds both personal and communal. Back inside the colony's central hall, a gathering of leaders and citizens watched as a holographic projection illuminated the room. Star maps, decoded symbols from the transmission, and schematics for new communication arrays spun in vibrant colors above them. The light danced on faces etched with weariness, but brightened by determination. "This is our new constellation," Elara announced, her voice steady, carrying the weight of her journey and the promise of what lay ahead. Not just stars in the sky, but connections between US threads of trust, knowledge, and hope. "We may be silent to Earth, but we are not alone." A murmur of agreement rippled through the crowd, a fragile chorus rising from the depths of isolation. The colony, battered but unbroken, poised at the threshold of rediscovery. As the night deepened, Elara allowed herself a moment to look once more toward the black canvas above. The silence remained vast, mysterious, infinite. But within that silence, she heard something unmistakable. The enduring heartbeat of humanity, pulsing steady and strong, lighting the way through the darkness. The journey was far from over. The void was still immense, the unknown still daunting. Yet in that quiet, Elara found a profound truth connection endured even in silence. And with that knowledge, the colony could face whatever came next, together. Her eyes traced the new constellation, a map not just of stars, but of hope. And she whispered into the night, "We will find the light after silence." The stars above shimmered in quiet response, and the colony below stirred with renewed purpose. The future was uncertain, but for the first time in a long while, it was bright with possibility, testament to the unyielding spirit of those who dared to dream beyond the silence.